Yes, welcome in everybody. We are back. As a matter of fact, here we go. Let me just push all these buttons on Discord. Click, click, click. Yes. All right, everybody, welcome in. Let's let you know some news first. And I'm going to wait until Joel gets here. Obama raid. Okay, Benny's got us live on YouTube. Let me open up that window and say hello to my YouTubes. Oh man, I have 800 windows open. Saturn's hexagon. Let me close that. Okay, Mezzo debates deconstruction. Doesn't it sound like I'm debating against deconstruction? That's confusing. All right, let me say hi. Don't hide that stuff from me. Put it out in the live. Just to be clear, I'm debating, deconstructioning and deconstructing. I can't say it. It's not a word that's in my lexicography. Lexicon? I think the word's lexicon. Welcome in, everybody. I'm so glad you're here. It's Wednesday. I'm going to pick a background. I haven't even picked yet. Guys know, but I wanted to let you guys know. There we go. Not this. Yes, there are Bible quotes, and there's a price drops on the old ones, but there are 4 new tote bags. Okay, So the old ones have that price drop because there's new ones available now. And I will let you know exactly what they are. Let me make sure I get them right. We have now available the dashed tote. Isaiah 13. Whoever is found will be thrust through. Whoever is caught will fall by the sword. Their infants will be dashed to pieces before their eyes. Their houses will be plundered and their wives graped. And I did write graped on the tote. I wrote graped because I just couldn't put the R word on a tote. It felt bad. I hate that it's in the Bible. Didn't want it on my tote. So I wrote graped, which I think is fun. It makes it better a little bit. Then we have the palm tree tote bag, which has a beautiful sunset palm tree. And of course, Song of Solomon's chapter 7. You are stately as a palm tree, and your breasts are like its clusters. I will climb the palm tree and lay hold of its branches. Oh, may your breasts be like clusters on the vine. Hell yeah, that's a sexy tote. Then we have, by request from Joel, of course, we have the Earth Ablaze tote from Luke, when Jesus himself says, I have come to cast fire upon the earth, and how I wish it were already ablaze. Do you think I've come to bring peace to the earth? No, I tell you, brother, but rather division. Signed by Jesus. That one's autographed by Jesus. You're going to love that tote, the Earth Ablaze tote. And why the heck not? There's a tote with a lovely a loaf on it, a loaf tote, a bread tote, and it's a beautiful baked bread from, of course, the book of Ezekiel. It's kind of a long one. I said, Lord God, I've never defiled myself from my youth up until now. I've never eaten what died of itself and was torn by animals, nor has carrion flesh come into my mouth. Then he said unto me, see, I will let you have cow's dung instead of human dung, on which you may prepare your bread. The Ezekiel bread made it into a tote. So that's good. Like if you're going to a bakery, that'd be a good one to take with you there. You can these are really good for shopping. They're reusable kind of shopping bags. Maybe if you're going to the beach, you want the palm tree one, right? That's like a sexy beach one. By the way, the Isaiah one, I didn't describe it. It has, it's like these pictures of kind of like sunlight gleaming through the clouds as if it's God's voice visualized. And there's a little baby, what would you call it? Like a little baby statue of I just invited someone. Let me cancel that. Sorry. A little baby statue of a baby who's dead from God. And of course, the Ablaze one has space, hands up in space. Run today. What do you guys think about doing like an old one? What do you think about doing something like that? Yeah. We'll try it. We'll give it a shot. It seems to be working. We have a guest. Zach, welcome in. Can you please share with me your age and religion? No? Okay. While Zach finishes his bait sesh, we'll bring
Hold
up...
on.
Hold on to what?
Hold on. We're here. We've made it.
Hi, Joel.
What's Zach doing?
I think he was just doing a bait sesh. He wanted to get on the live and finish up.
Just bait it up. Bait it up.
Well,
do you use that term?
I go down.
You bait down?
Yeah. I only do downstrokes.
That's that. I mean,
hand over hand. It's like milking a cow. Yeah. Well, you know.
Like climbing. I think of it as climbing a rope. There's
new buttons. Sometimes I don't listen to you until later. There's a new button down here called Playbook. I don't want to do that.
Oh, I think I saw that.
Oh, that's been there before, but it was hidden before. They put it in the limelight here. It's a dumb button. I hate it. Okay. What do you think, Joel? Do you think we should run this old background? I'm considering doing it.
I think that hey, look, there's nothing wrong with trying. And if nobody gives a flying about it and nobody responds to it or wants to talk about it,
go to bed.
Just leave. We'll just leave. We don't have to be here. Remember?
I do. I because of the contract. You did your 5 hours today. I have to put in a bit of work for Bjorn here.
Oh, yeah. Shit. We do need to get some. We do need to get.
But if I leave it on this, maybe no Christians will come up and we can just hang out. And then it'll be like we won the night.
I feel like, honestly, I don't know that I got one good debate out of the live.
Wait, there was good ones while I was there.
Oh, there was early good ones. I always forget. It's so long. Like 5 hours is so long. It's almost 6 hours.
I liked when that last guy like finally admitted that he was a piece of shit. I figured that out though, Joel. Did you hear that I like pinpointed?
Yes.
I don't know if they're all doing that, but I bet a lot of them are pretending to be Christian in order to like spew out some other agenda, some conspiracy agenda.
We should have like there was a alarm bell or warning signs which were like not knowing how to pray. That was one of the problems that like I should have been like, oh yeah, this guy.
He did a Catholic one, but did he do it wrong?
I think somebody who was in the chat going like, was it PK Ethan that was like, he doesn't even know how to do a Hail Mary. There was people that were saying that, and I was just like,
I wouldn't either. But you just go, dear Jesus, help me out. Thanks, peace, bye. Like you don't have to do an official.
He didn't even know how to do a Protestant prayer.
And then his favorite verse was "In God We Trust," which is not in the Bible. It's on money.
Yeah.
That's what's on our coins. You guys don't have that. Do you have that?
We don't. No, not in the way you guys. No,
you have God Save the Queen or something.
I think on our quarters we have something that mentions God in the. Oh, maybe not. I don't know what our money says. I use cards.
You have all digital money because you only when you go to the store. Do you just pay the store in super chats?
I use a lot of super chats.
You're like, can you go live real quick so I can pay for these groceries?
I go, this is YouTube money. Do you take YouTube dollars?
Oh, sure. Okay, a loony has, what does it have on it?
It's got a loon. Loons? But like, it doesn't sound like that. I can't do the sound. Like,
oh, Zach, Are you here? Did you finish up? Was that Zach?
Zach? But yeah, so it has a loon.
Oh, I just got a notification here. Airbnb is changing their terms of service, so that's news.
Oh, that's amazing. When I was live, PayPal said that to me. They said the same thing. So PayPal and
it's that time of year to change your terms of service. I'm trying to find the motto. Is it called a motto?
Oh, no. Zach, you unmuted. Are you there? Zach?
Does he keep coming back off and on?
He unmuted and then muted again. Zach.
Oh, listen to this. Mari Usque.
He said, take me of. Zach said, take me of. What's of?
He's finished. He's done. He finished his session. Oh, he probably, if you've ever tried to like use the touch screen after and it's too sticky, you can't do it. Yeah. Mari Usque ad Mari. Does it say that on your money?
No, I think we have.
That's English. Your motto.
We're Uskigagi. What is that in English?
From sea to sea.
Oh yeah, that's in our song. From sea to shine.
That's our song. You have that too?
Canada, our home and native land. True name in all our no, it's Patriots. In all our sons come in.
We're gonna get pinged. You can't do it this well.
I'm standing, our true north, strong and free. Do I have to be wearing pants for this?
It's in America the Beautiful.
Wait, did I just sing it?
Yeah, you did the line from America the Beautiful. Are you a troll? Are you not even a real Canadian? Do you live in Detroit?
That I was thinking about that. I was just like, this would be the perfect sort of like not doxing myself to pretend I'm Canadian the whole time. I'm actually in Belgium.
Zach is requesting up again.
Zach,
do you really want back up? I'll let you up.
God keep our land glorious and
you
free.
Watched The Unbreakable Kimmy Schmidt, right?
Yeah.
The best joke in that whole song, in that whole show, is a song when Titus gets like a camera on him and doesn't know what to do, so he tries to sing. He's like, and now the national anthem, and he sings the song from America's Funniest Home Videos. Oh. And it's so like at first you're like, is that our song? Why do I know that? Oh fuck, he's doing the like Bob Saget, America, this is you. It's like such a great joke. Oh, it's so good. I love that bit. Like, and he nails it. Like that dude is so talented.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So he hits it really good. All right. Well, this background's Zach. Okay, Zach wants to come up.
This is really weird. You know how when you Zach. Oh no, he's pulling it up.
I mean,
Zach.
do it.
This just. How long is this going to take? Because he's just not going to finish.
Yeah, I mean, just finish in the chat. They love it.
Gemini said he's zacking off.
That's pretty good.
That's
All right. Let's see here. Let's just run this one tonight. Maybe we'll get a little more takers here, and we can always switch to. You know what I think actually draws the most people is this one. If I'm going to be honest with you, I think this draws the most people in.
It's because it's like the perfect. Now, by the way, it should be my background because it's so Canadian. I'm so sorry.
We apologize too.
Oh, I'm sorry.
You didn't invent.
We didn't invent it.
You trademarked
it.
We mastered it and trademarked it. Like
we're like Zach. We mastered it.
Yes, like that guy who trademarked or copyright.
Yeah, copyrighted. Yeah,
copyrighted the Happy Birthday song. You guys just did that with Sorry.
But wait a second. Was it a guy? I thought it was a couple of old ladies that owned that copyright.
Oh, I don't know. I just assumed it was some dork.
No, it was this couple of women that also they did write it, but it was kind of like it did already exist, but they kind of like wrote it specifically. And then they owned it forever, and they were very litigious. They made a lot of money off that song.
Such a piece of shit. What a shit move to do. But there were
people. People would fight it because they were like, that melody's from this other thing, and they were like, nope. And they kept on winning. It's really funny.
This other guy is probably just also Zach, right?
Is it Zach?
It's like the same thing. Let's just say are you going to do like noises?
Oh yeah, boy, whoop, nigga.
Oh no!
Oh yeah, shit, Mezzo.
No! I blocked him. Did you block him too?
Zach said you finished. Thank you, Zach. I appreciate that. Yeah, no, I don't know what the is it cowardice
to slur?
Somebody's calling me on Discord.
They're calling you.
Let me take that. Are you trying to call me? Hey, did you mean to call me, guy? I don't know if you can hear me.
Guy?
Oh, it's muted.
I did.
Oh, who is this?
Just an atheist trying to get into debate. I downloaded Discord. I have no idea what I'm doing. I was just pressing random buttons.
Oh, can you hear that?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's downloaded Discord. He pushed a random button. Yeah, I'm live on a TikTok right now, so I can't talk really.
Oh, that's why I don't have TikTok. Okay, I gotta download TikTok.
What, is he's an atheist?
YouTube, and so now I just need to get TikTok, and then I can come in.
But you're an atheist?
Yeah, I was honestly just gonna glaze you about your comedic timing and Joel's.
Oh, he wants to glaze us. Let me just here. Just do it like that. I'll put the microphone up. Go ahead. Go.
I was gonna say, to say Father Abraham is honestly like a great song. It's not just funny. It's like
Thank you.
Joel said thank you. You couldn't hear him, but he said thank you. All right, I got to go back to the show. Okay.
And I was gonna say, that's
Don't get TikTok. They're gonna take all your information. Don't download it. And also, I won't let you up. Okay, bye. It is a good song though, Joel.
That's true. Everyone check out the new one, Tamar and Judah, another beautiful Bible story for children.
Did you put that out today?
Yeah.
I haven't heard it yet.
And it's gotten 1,100 and some odd views.
Really?
Yeah.
And they're all from angry Christians.
No.
Have you
This
gotten
isn't for kids.
Have you gotten on the kids ones some of that like this is inappropriate kind of stuff?
No, I think they haven't done too much on that. I think they've done like, this guy doesn't know the difference between description and prescription. I'm like, no, I know it's just a bad story that God isn't like involved in necessarily, but it just shouldn't be for kids, and that's what I'm showing you. You know,
Yeah.
Like these
That's
kids
the point.
these kids aren't me going like, see, God killed a slave girl. Like that's not what they're doing. They're going like, don't read the Bible.
Don't read
kids.
this. Hide this
That's
from
all that
them.
is. Yeah.
Yep. All right. Well, let's just hang out for a little bit. By the way, I enjoyed your live. I thought that the one part, although it was really rude that they kept sending you those YouTube. What are those called again?
Super chats.
Smart chats.
Yeah, that was rude to that late guy.
Yeah, that was really rude. But but I did enjoy that I found that verse. I had not read that verse before, where Jesus is like, "Oh, thanks for hiding yourself from these people." That's an interesting. problem.
There's that, but have you heard of the verse where Jesus is talking about what are they called? Parables? By the way, I have is my song on TikTok. It's both on TikTok and on YouTube. Sliver. I have a playlist. Oh, I don't know if I put it in the. Oh yeah, I have a playlist on YouTube called Joel Sings Bible for Kids, and here on TikTok, and all my kids songs are on there.
Which one do you want us to watch more? YouTube?
Oh, Affogato, good to see you. YouTube is better. YouTube is the growth, one that I like to grow. But let me say this. You know how like on lives when you're sitting and like it half goes up a bit and you can't it looks like I'm scrolling up, but it stops like after a centimeter.
Like you get half hard?
No, it's like, I don't know if this happens on your phone, but like I can see your live, but I can't see the top part.
Yeah.
And I'm seeing the beginning of someone else's live, and it's Born Again Atheist, and her head.
That's happening right now?
Yeah, her head keeps on popping up. And like, I just saw her face. I was like, who's walking? And I thought it was some sort of like a woman wearing a hijab, but it's
no, that's a new feature. Born
Again
Again and I decided to do a half and half split screen show at the same time. That's just a new thing we're trying out.
The thing is, because I'm a guest, I don't think I can like push down and like get like make it so that it's all you. So now I'm like watching two lives.
Do you want to leave and come back?
Maybe I will in a second. But
is her live better than mine? Is it going really well?
Well, there's her. Now she's not wearing the hijab anymore. Now I can just basically see a wall. I don't even. Oh, there's a guest now.
On hers or mine?
Yours. I don't.
Hey, oh shit! Hold on, Sheldon. Hi, welcome in. What's your age and religion?
You remember me, right? I don't think you do.
Do you want me to or not?
The music producer.
Oh yeah,
from
but you're.
Jamaica.
Oh yeah, I haven't talked to you in a while.
Yeah.
But you're not supposed to be up here because you're an atheist.
Yeah.
Well, that's illegal. You know what we did start doing though is on Sundays we actually are taking up fellow unbelievers, non-believers.
Okay.
Yeah, you should come by on Sunday and say hey.
I shall. Hey, Joel, what's up, man?
Much can't talk to you though. Mezzo will bite my head off if we have a
All
conversation.
right, I got y'all.
I act cool, but then
hi,
afterwards I do yell at Joel. I take it
Oh,
out
he
on-
rakes me over the coals. You guys don't know what it's like after a live
Did you say rake?
rake.
Just
Yeah,
making
no,
sure.
hard K, hard
Just
K.
making sure.
Just letting you know that I watch y'all. I watch I'm in tune still. You know what I mean? So just
When do you
y'all-
listen to us? When you're making beats?
Oh yeah. You
wanna hear this one?
When I'm doing that.
I made this one a while ago.
Okay.
And looking for positive feedback. If you got any positive feedback.
Oh, I love it.
It's pretty good.
Yeah, I love it. I love it. I would one more thing before I would like to collab with you one day.
I do that though. Like on music.
An atheist is
That's what I
dancing
mean.
around, and I think
can do
there's
that.
there's two of them, and they're wearing hijabs, and they're just dancing around, being very strange.
Oh, people like this. What if I put these on? This could be good.
Yeah, that would be good. That would be good.
This is going to draw people.
I think she's doing a story of Mary or something. Feels like it's Mother Mary.
I like that song.
Really, really strange, and it's or are they on a boat? Because she's bouncing up and down.
Oh, it's Noah.
It might be Noah because she is looking out. There was a point. Yeah, she's bouncing up and down. There was a point where she looked around, like she's seeing if there's land. So I think it is Noah.
Word.
But yeah, Sheldon, I have these things in my looper, and I make them live, and then I either save them on here and play them again later, or I delete them. I haven't put anything out in a long time because I am a busy man. So I don't really do that anymore. I did a little bit. I made an album that had a few collabs with it, and it always sounds like it's gonna be fun, and then it ends up being quadruple the work to line everything up. I got too lazy about it. That's my own fault. What do you make music on though? What's yours?
FL Studio. That's what I use.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's your DAW.
That's my DAW. That's it.
Yeah.
It's so interesting.
I also go live sometimes on TikTok sometimes, and I make beats live in front of people, and they're like, yo,
Yeah.
for real. So yeah.
That's what Mezzo does.
Yeah.
That was live.
Yeah. Well, yo, for real.
Yeah.
All right. Well, look, when my kids graduate high school, and if Joel dies, that would actually lighten up my load a lot, because the podcast takes up a lot of time. So that gives you some motivation to do something, Sheldon, and whatever that might be. Tutor my kids, obviously, is what I'm talking about.
Mm-hmm.
Oh man. Yeah. Well,
then
all
come.
right.
Let me know.
This one then. All right. I love y'all. Take care of yourselves, man.
I love you too.
All right.
Get out of here. Don't come back. You're not allowed up here. These fucking cheaters.
Oh, I forgot to use this metaphor that I was going to use. You know how I was talking about this? Oh, by the way, no. I wanted to finish this thing. So, do you know what Jesus says about his parables?
Oh yeah, what's that?
There's a verse. I don't know what it is, but it's something about I say these mysterious parable things because I only want certain people to understand it.
Oh really?
Yeah, the people that I want to
Sneaky
understand
little
it.
bitch Messiah.
Yeah, so he's constantly hiding himself, doing things that lying and deceiving. And
The secrets.
Jesus fucking Christ, Jen!
Oh, Jesus Christ is hiding himself. And oh, God.
So, sorry, Jen,
that's
one
so
second.
cool.
I got to respond to my friend and then I'll introduce
No, that's
you.
good. That's good. Go ahead.
Joel, I was going to say, that's neat. Jen, what's your age and religion?
Why do you need my age?
Just for TikTok to make sure you're not like either too young or too old to be on here.
I'm actually 12 years old.
Okay. Well, then I'm going to drop you down, and thanks for coming by.
Oh, thank you so
come by
much for having
sometime
me.
when you age up a bit. That's like too young.
So there was this, we were talking about how God can't do personal experiences. They can't happen. Yeah. And unfortunately, I didn't have a very good person to discuss that with, but I think the fact that
I heard it go through a few times in the early ones. I thought it was cool.
It worked. Like I did it, but it was hard to get a good person that's going to actually engage with it. But there's this idea that I had earlier today that I didn't use, which was, you know how like God. So I'm trying to like prove God wouldn't use personal experience because it's irrational to believe that it's real, and it's used like it happens to all sorts of people in a false way, how a believer would think is false. So if God were to use personal experience, it would be like you using an unmarked van to pick up your child from school.
Yeah, I like that. Oh, that's great. Yeah. You could do it, but it's a really bad idea. It's not very like, it's a little sketchy. They're gonna be like, is this really it? Is that him? And like in a disguise.
Put on a disguise. But it's like the kid is going to trust people in unmarked vans like that. That's right. So it's dangerous, right?
It leads them to be susceptible to being duped.
Mm-hmm. So that's why we use these big, giant yellow buses with windows that you can see through. So there's so many other kids. Like you can verify that this is the right transportation. It's very specific. And so that's my little metaphor. For
somebody got blocked. Were they bad? Why did this person get blocked? Were they just using, I missed it. Were they using slurs or something like that?
They said, get rid of Rob. I don't know. Yeah. Sorry, I missed that because I was.
Well, I don't trust Slay as far as I can throw her, but I can throw a real, like I could huck Schley, so it's actually pretty, I could like, I felt like if I did like a hammer swing, you know how in the Olympics how they do that hammer one, like by her ankle, I could probably throw her like 30 feet.
Who?
Schley?
Oh, yeah.
I don't trust her as far as I could throw her, which is like I trust her 30 feet.
30 feet. Yeah. Okay. That's not bad. Like, because when it comes to like the live and blocking people, like how far is that?
I'm looking at the screen grab. Yep, she was right to do that. I also was he trying to rhyme those things? I think he meant to rhyme that. Yeah, it doesn't make sense. At least rhyme your horrific things, guys. Like, come on. We'll leave it in if you rhyme.
If it's poetry, it's almost like, oh, right? This is poetry. So like they're making a point. It's beat poetry or something.
This one actually is about beating. So that's appropriate. Yeah. But don't bring that guy back. Did you hear, first of all, that the totes are in? The new totes are live. I set them live like just now, like before I started. So there's new totes. They're available. They're totes my goats. This is a person that I probably don't trust. Let me see. Their name is Diddy.
Oh my goodness. What is going on tonight?
Yeah. Are you able to like look in their profile? Diddy, are you a real person who's coming up here? Just say something in the chat.
Can we get 200 followers the next 200 followers? Is it too much? Let me go look at
the other thing while Joel spies on Diddy, this person who wants to come up. Here's some other ideas I wanted to bring up that I've been thinking about and have in my notes. One is, can we use our free will to remove our will? Like, can we just do a sweeping God? My will is to not have it. Make me a robot. and then take me to heaven. Can you just say that? Or do you have to like keep trying to do it? Because that would be great if you can just use your free will.
I would love to, like, if we could collectively do that. So it's like God goes, okay, guys, if y'all get together on this, I'll remove free will and you'll live in like blissful, like everything will be blissful, right? Like, because there will be no more people doing bad things. What do you think? Like, I know if we ask Christians this, they'd say like, I never give up my free will.
Sometimes they'll say they would if it was like if you could stop one person from.
Well, that's what we'd have to like.
Yeah.
But if it were reality, right? I wonder if we could convince the world to give up their free will.
Well, here's how I wrote this prayer. Dear God, please remove my free will and force me to believe in you. I choose to love you. Please just take my will away and kill me now so I can be in heaven. It should be a lightning bolt, right? It should just land a lightning bolt. Like, you got it. Because I'm admitting I choose to love you, which is the main thing of free will. God needs to know that we will choose him. I do it. I choose you. Boom. Lightning should hit right in that moment. Anyways, we can maybe try to get some Christians to say that. I bet that won't go well.
I wonder if you could convince the whole entire world to all do this prayer, and then God doesn't listen. Like, how obnoxious would that be? Because he wouldn't listen because it's not real. So,
all right, hand on the trigger here.
Hello.
ACS, welcome in. What's your age and religion?
19. And like, I don't want to call myself a Christian because I don't know if I necessarily believe in like the God, but I do believe that Christian morals are valid.
Are invalid or valid?
Valid.
What are Christian morals?
So I like to take certain things since I don't consider myself a full Christian. So like, I believe the idea of helping your neighbor, love all, help the poor, everything that if Jesus was a real person would have actually taught instead of the hate that people are trying to claim that he spread.
Well, he did a bit of both, right? He did some good things and some bad things as far as we would say it. So you're just picking the things that you like that he said and then disregarding the bad ones. That's what we do that too. Like as atheists, we go, oh, Jesus said to be nice to your neighbor. I think that's pretty cool. I come to the same conclusion. So you don't have to like really borrow it from him. You can just like come to the same conclusion. And then when he says like, I want to, divide families and light the world on fire, you can say, I'm going to say that's not a conclusion I come to. So I'm going to skip that one,
Okay. A follow-up question is, I'm pretty much open to any theory that anybody has. What do you think happens after death?
Sure. I want to talk about that, but real quick, I just want to make sure. So you're not do you believe that the God of the Bible is the real God?
No, like I said, like I really haven't searched that much into religion.
Okay.
I was just thinking about hearing you out.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. I was just trying to clarify, like, if you think Christian morals are good because they're hand delivered from God, or if it's because some guy had some good ideas.
I'm not beyond there being a God. I think there could totally be a higher being. I also think that there could be nothing and the universe was created for no reason. I mean, I just haven't done that much research on it.
Maybe created isn't the right word for it. Maybe it just came to be naturally. Creation kind of implies like someone was like, I should make a universe today. What should it be like? It might not be that way.
Yeah. So
I don't think it is that way. And obviously, of course, the Christian God can't be. That God is impossible. It can't exist. It's described as a contradiction. So that one's for sure not it. If there's some other higher being or a powerful creative source that can make stuff, I wouldn't even call it God. I think that kind of is taking the word from religion and applying it to something else. I think we'd have to, instead of come up with the word first and then look for it, we should see what there is and then name it appropriately.
Okay, so again, I know we just kind of got sidetracked. What do you believe happens after death?
Sure, yeah, I wanted to get to that. I just wanted to clarify that there's no such thing as God after death. So, as it is right now, have you ever been like Wait, how old? You're not old enough to like drink. Well, have you ever been like just shit faced?
Well, like at a high school party.
Yeah, you black out basically.
Yeah.
Yeah, we used to call it time travel when I used to drink in college. I shouldn't have. I wish I didn't. But you know, we had our fun and hurt our bodies, and you'd wake up somewhere and be somewhere else, and that time in between was just lost, was just gone, like it never happened. But other people were there, and it was happening for them, but you just miss it. I think it'll be like that. I think your brain will turn off because it doesn't get enough oxygen from blood flow. I think it'll stop making memories and having experiences and thinking. And once all those things turn off, you just are done. You don't make memories. It's just off. You don't have experience.
So you think it would just be like, I think a good comparison to that is like, what did you feel before you were born? Like it just wasn't anything.
Yeah. You just,
okay.
you don't experience, it's still there. You just don't experience it.
I can get behind that. I mean, it's just kind of weird to think about like I'm like sentient and like coherent and living right now. And just like, it's kind of hard to wrap your mind around just like not being anything at one point. Like if I got in a car accident, like that's it.
Well, think about this. I mean, yes, you're right. That is weird to think about, but think about this. The brain does these other functions too. We think about the brain functioning consciousness and that's neat. It does that with chemicals, like, but the brain does other things. It like sends chemicals to your like stomach that release hormones to let you know you're full, right? It's involved in other functions. When you die, that will stop, right? You're going to stop feeling hungry. It's the same type of chemical thing that makes thought and consciousness happen. It's just a bit more complex. So if that thing will stop, the other thing will also stop. It's just going to stop happening. At least that's like the best guess we can make, because when we see things die, we don't ever hear back from them again. Ghosts and stuff are all fantasy, you know. So
I mean, I can get behind that 100%. Like I get what you're saying, but like I think the reason, as again, like I don't classify myself as atheist Christian. Like I'm not like a member of any religion or theory. Good. I think I'm so in between, because I think the human mind wants to like think and believe that there's more than just like right now. And I think that that's why religion was initially created, to give people hope that there's more than just life. So I think in a sense, like religion could have just been like
I think it was like originally to give people rules and order, and then later they tried to make hope out of it too. It was originally just like, I mean, maybe some hope in like, hey, we're going to war and everyone's going to get fucked up, but we have God on our side. It's going to be fine. It wasn't fine. People died. Like maybe that kind of hope, but not this like this idea of heaven wasn't like, I don't think that was really part of early, you know, Old Testament stuff. They didn't talk about that much. It was later on they started getting into that.
I honestly, again, I haven't done a bunch of research on it, but I remember learning in our world history class or whatever it was, that when they'd have like these religious crusaders, they would like wrap it around, like if you fought like for the, like in quotations, like land of God, like right now, like Israel or something like that, then you'd be like accepted into heaven or something like that. So I think that's how that got incorporated into. If
you like die during battle.
Yeah.
It's like going to Valhalla, right? That's like the Viking kind of thing. Like if you die a soldier, you get to go to the best place. And obviously they're just like lying to people so they'll go to war, right? Like that's pretty obvious. Like rewards await you in the afterlife, so go die for me over there. You know,
right?
That's,
I mean, like,
that's pretty obvious.
Even biblically, it doesn't make sense. I mean, even in the Bible, it says, I mean, those who fight by the sword die by it. I don't know why you'd ever believe that.
Yeah, well, the Bible's horrific. So as in your agnostic journey here, I encourage you to read it. Don't read the verses that everyone tells you to who's in church, because they're skipping all the harsh ones. Joel reads Bible. That's his name over here. It says JRB. That's an acronym. His name isn't J-Rub. But he reads the Bible. He does full chapters on his YouTube. So if you want to kind of read along, that's a good way to hear it. And he gives a little commentary from a perspective that isn't trying to convince you it's true. It's giving you a little bit more of a I don't know, not picking a side here. Just reading.
Yeah, we
stuff.
can lie and say it's unbiased.
Sure. Yeah. Well, but you read it without trying to trick him into.
Yeah, like I'm not doing
true.
apologetics. I just go, what does this mean? And then I just like guess at it a little bit, and that But it's just reading the actual words.
Right.
I think I've reread Genesis like multiple times trying to understand it. I'm very into psychology, and I think whoever wrote the Bible, I think that they were probably like most likely very intoxicated on like I don't know if I can say it on TikTok Live, like mushrooms or something like that. And I think that they just got all these like crazy visions. I think that's especially in Genesis, like there's just some crazy stuff in there.
I wouldn't be surprised if a lot of the like world religions had something to do with that. Like I wouldn't be surprised at all if people were like, oh, like some guy in Egypt who first came up with like Ra and Set was just tanked. Just absolutely out of their mind. It's still people still do that today. We see people like do substances and then come up on these lives and say, "I figured out religion. I know all the secret truths," and they make up stuff. Like people are still doing that. So,
do you think that religion, like any sort, could also just be like a diversion to keep like not so much as fight wars, but more as like to keep like a class? Like, because I feel like people who are religious are very like more devoted to their God.
I think people are genuinely duped by it. I think people are really tricked by it and actually believe it. Really, I do think it's the case that there are like probably billionaires and millionaires who are like finding ways to capitalize off of religion. Right, like we've seen those rich pastors.
Oh my gosh!
They've figured out how to profit off of religion, and they're good at it.
I can't stand mega church pastors.
Yeah.
Oh.
So there's definitely some of that, but I think the majority of people just like think it's true, which is what we're here doing to let people know, like, I'm so sorry, but this isn't real. This isn't a true story. And there's lots of flaws in the story. There's lots of contradictions in the story, and it just doesn't make sense.
I guess I never really asked you the main question. What is your main argument to Christianity not being real?
My main one? Well, there's a few, like, there's some like initial ones that are like, questions that arise, like if God can break rules of logic, like these things like, can God make a rock so heavy he can't lift it? That's a thing that like at first just sounds like a fun little puzzle, but then when you kind of think about it, it's like, oh yeah, why do we say he can do stuff if there's things he can't do? Why do we say he can do everything if there's things he can't do? There's these other contradictions like that, like being all knowing and being all powerful and being all good has problems in it. Like that story just doesn't make sense.
Explain. Like I'm not.
Yeah, sure.
Being all knowing, being all good. Like
being all powerful, meaning God can do absolutely anything, and being all good means God can only do good things. Those are two things that don't jive. You can't do everything and only do good things, right? So there's like ways to kind of weasel around that and be like, he could do them, but he chooses. But like, it doesn't actually work. Also, like being everywhere means he can't leave a place. That's a thing. That's an act he can't do because he is omnipresent. He's in everything. He can't leave. So like some of the things, just because they use omni or all, when you use that type of 100%, it is going to run you into contradictions. If all they did was say he's 99% everywhere, problem solved, but they won't do that. Like the story is that he's all. So that's a big problem. But also the problem with suffering is really like the absolute like defeater to Christianity, right? If there's an all good God out there that can do anything, and yet we have disease, hardship, storms, wars, suffering, all these terrible things, it just doesn't
So
Doesn't make sense.
A contradiction I would have to that is, I'm not saying I necessarily believe in this, but I could also bring up the argument that he did necessarily decide to give us free will on to choose whether do we want to do the good thing or do we not want to do the good thing. So I could make the argument that no, like, natural disaster is not man-made, because I actually did get that brought up in a psychology class, that I actually did bring up an argument that no natural disaster is man-made or is not man-made.
But well,
Like,
that's just not true.
Everything is at least fueled or enhanced by, like, even from the beginning of time, like when we'd set fires, it would like
there were
loosen the
natural
air.
disasters before there were humans on the earth.
Do we have like evidence of that? Like,
Yes, the dinosaurs died from a comet. That was a natural disaster.
My mom's friend is a paleontologist. I asked him about the asteroid theory. He said that he believes
Comet, it's Chicxulub. It hit in the Yucatan Peninsula in Mexico. We have evidence of this.
Right. His theory was saying that he thinks that, like, multiple factors caused the extinction. It wasn't just like one big boom, or else everything would be gone. Nothing would be here.
Okay, so there was more than one natural disaster?
Yeah, but I'm
Sure,
like,
so the natural disasters existed before humans.
right, but my point is I'm trying to get to the point that, is it possible that they could have fueled the natural disaster by, I don't know, maybe overpopulating and, like, I don't know. I'm not a paleontologist, but I just
There's no evidence that points to that at all. The evidence is that a comet did it, and I don't know how overpopulation would like maybe if they made too many dinosaurs, the gravity of Earth got so strong it lured a comet in. Now that doesn't make sense because they were just eating stuff from here, so the mass didn't change as they were like moving food through their body. Yeah, that doesn't make sense. No, the comet wouldn't be due to anything anyone on Earth was doing.
Okay, that's fair. So you I'm trying to figure out questions to ask because one side of my family is very religious.
They also, by the way, have found cancer in dinosaur bones. So they had cancer too.
They did?
Yep.
That I thought, wow. I wonder how they did that. Like, I mean, I know cancer is just a cell that can be activated in the human body at any time. So it's
technically animals, right? Like,
yeah, and it's in
anything alive can get it. Well, like at least like animals can. I don't think plants get cancer. Anything with cells though. So maybe can plants get cancer, guys?
Can I like? Yeah, I don't know if you have a computer, but yeah, I'm kind of interested in like doing a quick Google.
It says yes. Yeah,
they can.
Yeah, they can get tumors referred to as plant cancers, but they're different than the animal cancers. Yeah.
Wow.
Interesting.
I never knew that. Wait, sorry. I'm not trying to like get off topic, but I did want to like do a rant on like this. I watched this documentary about trees the other day. I learned that they can actually like communicate with each other. And like if there's
I mean, I've looked into those too. I think the evidence for that is a little bit sketchy. I think there's a little bit of bias going into that. That's a common thing. In fact, it's part of how we made gods. When you see like humans saying like, look, they can do what we can do. The type of communication they're doing is reactive. It's not like thoughtful. So I don't know. I'm pretty skeptical of that, but I'll keep reading the stuff as it comes out for sure. But yes, I have a few other guests lined up who might be Christians. Did you have any other like religious questions real quick you wanted to do?
No, I'm all right. But like, thanks for talking to me.
Absolutely. Come back if you have any more stuff. If you talk to your family and they give you a thing that's like, maybe God's real, then come back, find me, and we'll talk some more. And meanwhile, follow Joel, read the Bible with him, and then listen to the other conversations we're about to have, and you can see how little Christianity has to offer.
All right. Have a nice night.
Thank you.
Good night.
Joel, sorry I didn't let you talk. You look like you're a little busy.
No, that kid had fucking attitude. I don't want to talk to him.
What was his attitude?
No, I'm just joking. Good boy. He was a good boy.
Yeah, he seemed really cool. I like when people are a little bit like on the like, I don't know for sure, because they're so much more honest. There's no like, well, let me weasel this. It's like you tell them a fact and they go, oh, I didn't know that. That's neat. That's what you should say.
Yeah.
Plants have cancer. Oh, that's neat.
Yeah, that's weird.
Ah, Let's think about that later and not try to like make up some excuse like, well, here's some magic that fixes that. The real, what's the rest of this? The real Chris Paul. I'm so glad you're here. We had some fake Chris Pauls before. Have I done that joke with you before?
No.
Okay.
By the way, definitely a Christian. Like just like
oh yeah,
one
you
word.
get to, I forgot I want to do this with you. If you guys don't know, we're guessing what religion people are. The real Chris Paul, what's your age and religion?
18 Christian.
Yeah. All right. Well, this is going to be a bit of a wake up call for you. I'm sorry to do this to you because I know you're a little sleepy, but I'm so sorry. But God is not real.
Woo! I mean, shit. Sorry.
It's true. We checked into it, and there's no evidence for it. So what?
I just want to know why not.
Yeah, that's what I was telling you. We checked into it, and he doesn't exist.
What reason?
He's inexistent. He doesn't exist. He's not real.
Yeah, like the same reason other things that don't exist.
Unicorns don't exist.
Yeah, or like
Fairies,
unicorns. Those horses with the
horns, the
the wings and the horn,
the Pegasus and the unicorn,
the little flying ladies. Like all of those things are fake.
Or fairies,
things. Yeah.
How do you think we came about?
Not by unicorns. We're the same fucking guy.
That was honestly amazing. That's the best unison thing we've done since you were eating that apple and I was eating that orange.
We're the same guy.
That was so fucking funny. I never even told you about that. I don't think later, but that guy said, you're comparing apples and oranges and you were chowing your apple. And I was like literally holding my peel. I had just swallowed the last bite and I was like, oh, I got to tell Joel. I got to tell him I have an orange. It was so stupid.
We are the comparison, Joel. We are the comparison.
Also, I don't get it. Like oranges are better than apples. You can compare that. That's fine to do.
Yeah, I'm not going to argue. I just think that like an apple is easier to eat. So like in that way, it's more convenient.
But you have to clean it, right? So look, there are tight oranges where it's hard to get the skin off. I get it. But like for most, like if you get a good clementine, it opens right up and it's naturally concealed.
Can I just say like a clementine versus an apple, clementine every day, a big orange,
like a navel. Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, versus an apple.
Here's the thing with apples for me. Do they put stickers on the apples at the grocery store where you live?
Yeah.
These fuckers, they have some with good stickers. There's some company that figured out the ones, and you just like, you can go, and they go right off. You give it a rinse, it's done. The other ones, you have to like jab into the fucking skin of the thing and like scrape away at it, and then peel it with your teeth.
Get some Goo Gone
Get some Goo Gone, and you're rubbing poison on your apple.
Yeah.
Like I should have just eaten the fucking sticker.
Yeah. What's the deal with stickers on fruit?
Anyways, the real Chris Paul, what's your thing again? You don't know why God's not real?
I just want to know why you don't believe it.
Yeah, sure. So all the evidence for God is lacking. There's nothing that's like a real good evidence or proof for God. There's no good logical proof for him. There's no rational way to come to the conclusion of God. There's no physical evidence for God. And the story in the book says God will do anything if you have faith and you ask him to. And yet we tried that and it just didn't work. We checked into that. It didn't work.
Well, how do you think we came about evolution?
Yep. Probably. It seems to be the case that like evolution is how we got here. What do you think? How do you think?
Did you think it was bippity boppity boo?
I think God put us on this earth.
Who was that? The fairy godmother that said that?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, Darwin had very intelligent insights. He was a bit of a piece of shit, but he had some amazing scientific insights. The fairy godmother was very nice, but had no insights. You know? In fact,
no real explanatory power with that one.
This is actually great because I've been wanting to talk about Cinderella a little bit. So the real, what is it again?
Chris
Paul. The way that we know God isn't real is via internal critique. So we look at the story. We for a moment step inside the story of Christianity, of God. And then we look around from the inside and be like, does this work? Does this make sense? Or are there some glaring problems and plot holes in here? Internal means we go inside of it, right? So before we go in the story, obviously we're going to like loosen it up a bit, ease into it, kind of like take our time with it, and then make our way into the story. And then once we're inside, we can poke around and find all the spots, all the spots that like, this does work. This makes sense. This spot doesn't work, right? And if there are enough spots that don't work, then the story crumbles like a house of cards, right? Do you know what I mean when I say that?
Yeah.
So let's do it real quick with Cinderella. Do you think the story of Cinderella is true?
No.
Let's pretend for a moment that it is. Let's go into the world of Cinderella. There's a fairy godmother. Now, my skepticism kind of fires off a bit, but in this world, there's fairy godmothers, so we'll let a little bit of the magic happen. You already believe in magic, so that part's fine for you. Now, there's a guy who's like a prince, and there's a lady who's got like stepsisters. Stepsisters are real. That's a real thing, and
all that exists.
They can be like real jerks.
Mm-hmm.
So that like nothing weird there. Then the fairy godmother at some point turns Cinderella's animals into fancy people. She has the magic to do that. She turns the pumpkin into a
big round
carriage.
Yeah.
And the mice are the horses. And then her dress, these rags and her like dirty old shoes, she turns into this long silvery like smoke and hot evening gown, and then glass slippers, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Now that sounds weird to me, but there's no like errors in that really. But then she says it all has to stop at midnight. I don't know why there's a limit to her magic, but everything's going to at midnight switch back. Okay. I don't know the magic rules, but we're learning. We're inside the story. We're learning about the story. There are magic rules in this story. At midnight, everything changes back. She goes to the dance. I think they fuck on the dance floor. Is that, I don't remember
I don't know if they fuck. I think he eats her out, and that's why like
that'll do it.
Yeah.
So that's why she's late, and she's like loving it and goes, oh my God, it's almost midnight. And
he is too. He's like, this is the best vagina I've ever tasted. Like it's so like he's never tasted a sweeter vagina.
It probably when the fairy godmother did the magic, like cleaned it up a bit. She had like a peasant pussy.
Did a lot of
been a little while. Yeah.
She
do you perform oral?
Sweating.
Chris Paul, do you perform oral?
No.
These fucking Christians.
Anyway, not a fairy tale ending.
Is it because you're like abstinent?
I don't think you should do that before marriage.
Okay. Well, just do it to your wife a lot. People just saying drop him. I love that. Drop him. Drop down. We're saying drop down and
drop down on your knees or down. Or
if you're with someone, you should do it. But midnight strikes and she's running out the door, and a shoe stays behind, and she can't get to it. It's too late. They're going to catch me. I don't want them to see me with my peasant pussy. She runs out and gets in the carriage that turns into a pumpkin, and they run away, and all her stuff turns back to normal, except the shoe. Why does the shoe stay? The fairy godmother said everything will turn back at midnight, and one thing didn't. This is a problem. This is a glaring error in the story. This story doesn't make sense. It can't be true. Even if fairy godmothers are true, this story can't be true. This is false. We've done an internal critique. Cinderella's made up. We know that now. We do the same thing with the Bible, right? We look at the Bible, we read through the story, we imagine that like God magic can happen, and that like sticks can turn into snakes, and then snakes can talk, and then donkeys can talk with the snakes, and then people can walk on water and turn it into wine, and then like turn fish into more fish, but not into like better food. Okay, this is all magic. We're accepting that. We're trying to like set aside our skepticism and believe this. And then it says God is all good and he's just. And then he sends infants to be slaughtered. This doesn't make sense. This is a glass slipper.
Mm-hmm. He kills cattle twice. That's also just a contradiction. He puts 2 of every animal on the ark and also 7 pairs of some of them. So wait a second, that can't be both.
I gotta find a better place to keep knocking. Anyways, so that's how we know. We know it's not real because we go inside and we look around and we find all the plot holes. We poke around at it, and then we leave. We leave the religion. We come back out to reality and go, are there any plot holes in reality? Is there a problem here? Where did life come from? That's a hole. Oh, evolution? Okay. And then we go like this. It's like you kind of purse your lips and then shrug. Okay. And I do my okay a little nasally. Like it's like from the top of the mouth. Okay. Okay. Not out the nose, but like from the roof of the mouth and back just a little bit. Okay.
You can actually think of it as like an old like horn. Okay. It's like, okay.
Yeah, or sometimes we'll say awooga. Like whatever helps you get out of the story to like wake back up to reality. Did you have any questions about that?
Nope, I was just listening to your thought.
So now you don't believe in God anymore?
I clearly do.
But why? Like, that's why you...
We did the glass slipper.
Yeah. Is it because you think that maybe the fairy godmother gave the glass slippers as a gift and didn't actually like make magical glass slippers? They're not just like
Joel, he doesn't believe Cinderella. He believes the God one. He did it right with Cinderella, but the God one he hasn't finished doing the critique.
So he's seeing the contradiction in Cinderella and accepting it. He's not going to do apologetics for it.
Yeah. He's only doing it for the one thing that he wants.
Because it could have been that like when someone else engages with the slipper, like because the prince loved the slipper or something, the slipper became real, and then in that way,
no, because she keeps the other slipper, no one else touches the other one, and that one stays glass also. So that wouldn't make sense.
Okay, yeah, you beat me on that one. Okay, cooked.
Yeah, but again, that's where I think we. Let me just, Chris Paul, do you think Cinderella's real now?
No.
Okay, yes, it's the contradiction. Yeah, he knows it. Okay, so why do you think that Christianity is real, in spite of the contradictions?
I just know he's real. What else is there to say?
Yeah, like why is the other part to say?
Because God's not fairy. God actually helps people.
What do you mean?
God puts people on this earth for a reason to share his word.
So, yeah, that would be like true if he was real, but if he wasn't real, then that wouldn't be true. So
how are we on this perfect ball in the middle of the universe?
That's a really interesting question. Are you saying that like you think everything is designed?
Yeah, by God. This earth is.
Why do you think it's designed?
This earth was made by God. I mean,
you think like everything is just like
trees,
everything is so complex and so perfect that it must be designed by God?
Well, it has to be, wouldn't you think?
Do you think that God is complex and perfect?
He doesn't necessarily. I don't know how you would word it.
Complex and perfect.
Yeah.
Do you think he is? Chris Paul? I'm starting to think this is the fake Chris Paul. Are you really the real Chris Paul?
I don't know. I'm just praying for you. All right. God bless.
That was what's wrong with people? Or no, he was probably a Christian. He just didn't have anything to offer. He was a real one.
You nailed it off the beginning.
You could hear it in that guy.
I would have let him prayed right here on the live, but I think it was more that he realized he wasn't Chris Paul. Is Chris Paul is he like a actor? Why do I know the name Chris Paul? Who is that?
I don't know. It's because it's probably
a basketball player.
Two pretty common names. Is he a Christian?
He plays for the Red Rockets. American basketball point guard. Never heard of him.
He's probably a Christian.
You know who might know if that was the real him is some sort of a coach.
Let's check with a coach then.
Yeah.
If only there was a coach. Oh, my
Coach
goodness,
Brown. How old are you? What's your religion? And was that the real Chris Paul?
Yeah, I don't think it was the real Chris Paul if he's an
Christian.
NBA basketball player.
Yeah, Christian.
How old are you?
Yeah, I'm 47.
Yeah.
Yep, I've been around.
What's your religion?
I'm a believer in Christ. I'm a Christian.
Okay, I thought he was going to go Sadak Mac, and I wouldn't have counted it, Joel.
Yeah, that's I got to get like more
close.
Specific with that.
Yeah, but it's a good start. Yeah, Coach, is it Brown?
Yep.
Oh man, I really like you, and I like that you came and said that other guy wasn't the real guy. So I hate to do this, but I mean, you've probably been a Christian for a lot of your life. The God that you have spent your life dedicated to isn't real.
He's a lot like Chris Paul.
Yeah, he's not the real God. Yeah. It turns out God isn't a basketball player or an existing being.
Yeah, well, you've probably seen the show like I have, Reading Rainbow and LeVar Burton. And
Take a look. It's in a book. A Reading Rainbow. I fucking love LeVar
awesome?
Burton. Can I tell you guys how much I fucking love LeVar Burton?
How about Geordie LaForge?
Geordie LaForge?
Oh, yeah.
You want to talk about Star Trek with me? I'm down. TNG was the best and Voyager was second best. I'll fight people to death.
I'm with you on that. I'm with you. And
Hell yeah.
I saw him at a Comic-Con in Long Beach one time. Actually, it was Wizard World back in the 2004.
It used to be. Wizard World was in Anaheim or something.
Oh, well, they had it in Long Beach.
Long Beach. Long Beach is Wizard World. Yeah,
at the
I've been to
convention
two
center.
cons, and I got to tell you, I don't like going to conventions.
Me
But I
neither.
have met many Star Trek people. I'm a big fan of Star Trek. I'm a big fan of the shows. I think they're all
I
not all
like
good,
it.
but-
I think it's underrated when you get in the Star Wars, Star Trek debate.
Yeah. You gotta you have to see past the corniness. There's a bit of corniness and there's some cheesy acting on it and the effects and stuff are dated. But
That's what makes it cool.
It is fun. But the philosophical questions and ethical dilemmas that they approach are really interesting.
Huge.
It really is. That was something that struck me. I started watching it because it was campy and silly.
Yeah.
12 years ago. I missed it originally when I was a kid. I started watching it and I was like, oh, this is campy and silly. And then I was like, whoa, this is blowing my mind. How are they going to answer
They're
this
way
dilemma?
way ahead of everybody else. I mean, Captain Kirk was way ahead. There was the first
Darmok and Jalard at Tanagra. Come on.
first mixed race kiss ever on TV. I mean,
Indeed. I've met
pretty
Nichelle
awesome
Nichols
stuff.
before she passed away, actually. She flirted with me.
Sweet.
It was sweet.
Closest I've got to that is Elvira. I met Cassandra Peterson.
Did you flirt with her?
A little bit.
Hell yeah. All right. Well,
All right,
Coach
let's
Brown,
get to it. Sorry.
that's also the closest you've ever been to God was meeting Elvira because there's no
this point.
real God and she might be a little bit closer to that. Yeah.
All right, so just like LeVar Burton said, what I was trying to get to, you don't have to take my word for it, So,
Look it up It's in a book. Read your Bible. God kills everybody.
Hey, there you
Fuck,
go.
that's not good. The
Add
all
that
good
as the
God
fourth
can't
verse.
exist because he's killing everybody in the Bible.
Can I ask you a question real quick?
I would love, honestly, I would love
Yeah.
that.
All right. So, I mean, just give you a little background, man. I've taught and I've got a master's in biological science and my bachelor's is in kinesiology with a few science add-ons. And, I've taught science for like 26 years and
And you still deny evolution?
yeah, I mean, well, macroevolution is really kind of an outdated thing. I mean, when as much info as everyone has at their fingertips now. I mean, Origin of Species, it's all a cool book and all that, but a lot of it is a little bit outdated.
What outdated it? What new information came in that outdated evolution?
Well, if you're reading Origin of Species and you get into
Darwin didn't nail everything about evolution.
No. You're right. I mean, he was a little bit. He jumped the gun. He was kind of
but the new information that we found it continues to show that evolution is true. Was there some data that came in that disproves evolution?
No, I was just using him as an example as far as what we learn in the science community and published works. As kids and college students, it's all kind of outdated. You can formulate your own hypothesis yourself, just getting on the internet and finding authoritative sources.
Sure. Give me an example of one that what authoritative source will what's, let me ask you this way. What is it instead of evolution? What replaced that theory?
Well, really, it's not a replacement theory. There's a multiplicity of theories. It just, what happens is evolution itself kind of gets pushed to the wayside with so
by
many
what?
It just depends on how deep you want to get into science. And I don't want to get
Is
into
there a
all
new
that.
theory? Hold on, you said to look it up. Is evolution still true?
Yeah, you can say macro. I mean,
Yes,
micro.
it says yes. Oh, is also macro. What's the difference?
Yeah, adaptations of species and variations.
It says yes. Macroevolution, which refers to evolutionary changes above the species level, is considered a true and well-supported phenomenon by the scientific community. What? So you know something they don't. Let me go into Wikipedia and I'll update this with you. Hold on. Let me look up the Wikipedia of evolution. Okay, so I'm going to go in here and it says evolution is a change in heritable occurs when evolutionary process. So I will say evolution is the outdated theory that has been replaced. Let me edit here. Okay. Tell me what to say. Evolution is the outdated theory that has been replaced by, what do we put in here?
I'm just saying we don't have direct observation. I mean, it's long. Things take longer periods of time to see macroevolution. It's complex.
So it hasn't been replaced by anything. So is it still accepted as true?
I mean, it's still like it was before, 50-50, but you don't see the debates like you used to see in the 80s and early 90s. It's just kind of become boring.
It says 50. I should say this is a 50-50 toss-up. We don't know if it's true. People are just guessing without evidence.
In general consensus, yeah.
Where's I'm not really a stats guy, but how did they come to the 50-50?
He's just saying like it was just a random guess. It wasn't, there's no evidence.
I'm saying it's just general in the scientific community. It's a general debate, in that, because we don't have
I get. So you're saying like 50% of scientists are pro-evolution and 50% of scientists are anti-evolution.
Well, you could say that, but then you could break it down into, okay, are we looking at physical science or, life science?
Yeah, that's the one.
Bioscience.
We don't have to ask like astronomers if they think evolution is true.
Right. Sure, because the more you get into the physics community, physicists look at that as like
just biologists or
whatever. Physicists will say you know what, and then they'll starting to lean towards that there is possibly an intelligent designer because of all the things they're discovering in physics now.
So where do I see this 50-50 stack? Because I want to change. So I want to change to make sure that's 50-50. So like, what does the what is the actual consensus right now? Is it like, let me just look up what percentage of biologists accept evolution as true?
Yeah, because you're going to want to you got to cite your sources in Wikipedia.
It says 98% of biologists, and you're in the 2%. So where can I change that to just 50%?
Well,
here it is. There's a Wikipedia for the level of support of evolution among scientists, the public, and other groups is a topic that frequently arises in the creation evolution controversy. Okay,
all right,
here it is. As of 2014, nearly all, around 98% of the scientific community accepts evolution as a dominant scientific theory of biological diversity. Okay, so that's where I need to change it. And so what source are you getting the 50-50 from? Because I'm going to have to type in, I'll put in
Gallup,
50.
Gallup poll 2024.
Okay, let's look at that. Gallup
poll 2024. You've got,
what's it called? Evolution acceptance among scientists or something. What's it called?
or just amongst humanity. How about that?
Okay.
Well, obviously a bunch of idiots don't believe in evolution. That's because they're idiots. They were taught by you.
Yeah, it's all relative.
No, you were taught by your relatives?
No.
You were conceived by them.
Mezzo, not just because of the accent. Don't do those types of jokes just because of his accent.
Like that his parents are related or something?
Yeah, that's
it's in evolution. It's funny because we're all related, but it's like
I know, but they do those jokes, but we don't do those jokes.
All right, so
just because he sounds like he's inbred, we don't do those jokes.
Okay.
Outside of that, what's your
Hold on, I'm looking at 2024 Gallup poll evolution acceptance among humanity. Okay, let's see the percentage. To believe that humans
34% believe in it, 37 don't, 24.
Yeah, here it is. Evolution, creationism, intelligent design. Okay.
Yeah.
Which one is this? Here's a chart.
The most recent.
Yep. So, this is actually interesting. Over time, there's 3 bar graphs or lines on this graph here, line graphs. 2 of them are going down and one of them is moving up.
Creationism is going down.
Mm-hmm, and so is the other God one. The 2 God ones are going down, and the evolution naturally happened is going up. So over time, that's changing, which is good. Well, it's just proof that this is like a lasting thing. It's going to be true for the rest of time. And so, so it looks like if this continues, then by, I want to say like 2050, more people will believe in evolution than God made it, which is good. That means we're doing good. Yeah. Okay.
And you're right. You're right about that.
Right. Okay. So you think it's true because these people deny science? Or aren't informed about science?
I mean, do I think it's true because of that?
Well, what you're saying is that like they interviewed some random schmucks, and they don't believe.
Just like
and they don't
you see on the news.
Sure, and they don't believe in science. They're just random people on the street, and so since they don't believe in science, that's why you think it's true. Like, do you think that they analyzed the evidence and looked into it, or do you think they're just like, I don't know, I read a Bible, I read one page, I read the first page of the Bible?
No, I don't think any of them are reading the Bible.
Hey,
but
if
you're looking at, let's say we look 20 years into the future.
Coach, hold on a second. I want to hear what Joel had to say because it was related to this.
Yeah, it was a little bit related. Like not that terribly long ago, because I was raised a young Earth creationist, I was of the people that still believe this stuff. And I believed it because I was taught creationist rhetoric. And I thought that carbon dating and things were circular, right? Like you would get this rock and they'd say, that rock's 2 billion years old. So now, and let's test the rock. Now everything that matches that is 2 billion years old,
Yeah.
That's what I understood how the thing worked. And I was just like, why are there still monkeys? And all of those stupid things that people believe. Now, I should probably call Wikipedia and get them to change the numbers where, because like now I think that the evolution thing is probably
I can
true.
I'll move you over.
Yeah, if you can put me into
There's a slider.
Yeah, slide me over into the believes evolution.
Well, and the thing about that,
One more
believing
over there.
in evolution in 20 years, there's probably less creationists and more people that believe in evolution, like you said with your stats.
But I think that this is really uninteresting because what we were talking about is whether or not it's true, not whether or not people believe in it. Now, among the scientific community, I think it is worth checking in with them because among the biologist communities, like evolutionary biologists, people who study biology, who look into this, it's 98%. Does that number like make you feel like an idiot at all?
No. Do you think people are getting smarter or not?
Scientists?
Just people.
Yes.
Does that go against like the order of things, natural order?
No.
Yeah, it does.
False.
I mean, that's like if you spun a basketball on your finger.
My kids have had harder math to do in 4th grade than I had to do. The things are getting more difficult. Does it go against natural order? Like, do you mean like if we weren't in school, would we be smarter? Like if we lived in the wild still? Is that what you're talking about?
No, I'm just talking about naturally things just do what? They tend to lean toward chaos, right?
Coach, I would say this, that if we are getting smarter, I know it goes against your worldview, right? Because Adam and Eve, two people that existed all by themselves, were made perfect. Mm. And then there was the fall, and after they fall, we should be getting dumber because keep in mind, they had this like massive, robust DNA. That's why there could be all that incest without people ending up, like your relatives.
That's right.
So
wait, do you believe in Adam and Eve?
Well, can I ask you guys a question?
Well, sure, but just first, do you believe in Adam and Eve?
Yeah, I believe in that. Yeah.
Oh, okay. I don't know why we were talking about this whole time. You should have just said like I accept the fairy tale that has magic, like the talking snake and the guy made out of clay.
Oh, yeah.
That would have been, then we wouldn't, like all these stats are irrelevant. You don't care about any of this. You think magic happens. It's like, I got to change these Wikipedia pages back to from 50-50.
Yeah, I appreciate that. That way I can read it again.
I'll put a little thing here that says, sorry, I changed that. The guy believes in
maybe it'll change
fairy tales. That'll be that why it's bad.
So what, either one of you guys, what was it or what was the time in your life, or maybe the catalyst that you decided that atheism was your thing? When was that, and what may have, I guess, sparked that? I don't mean just gradually. I mean, like, was there a time and place? Because I believe the other guy said that he grew up in a I guess, God-centered world, maybe. I don't know.
I grew up in a God-centered world, personally.
Worldview.
I grew up in the God-centered worldview, conservative household. But then someone who was really, really close to me passed away, and I got so angry at God, and I said, God, if you're gonna make me lose someone that's close to me, I'm gonna hate you. Right. And I'm going to become an atheist, and I'm still so angry at God. And I tell myself that he doesn't exist out of anger.
Yeah.
Is that for real? For real, you think?
No, but I just thought I'd do what you would hope would be the case.
I hope that wouldn't be the case.
Well, just be like the Christianese version, because you'll believe anything Christians tell you.
I get it, and I'm not your average Christian that you hear on this.
Yeah, you are. You're a young Earth creationist who believes in Adam and Eve. You're pretty
super
typical.
average, like run of the mill.
I do believe in Adam and Eve, but it's deeper than that.
Yeah, well,
how deep does it go?
Well, let's go back to what caused you to, or when did you realize that there wasn't a God? I mean, like if I look at, I could go through many views, cosmological or whatever, and we could talk about what the rationale is behind purpose.
So
and
I'll
all
tell you the
that.
answer to that. I'm constantly reminded of it every time someone like you comes up here and tries to show something. Someone in the chat, I didn't see who it was, but someone said something really interesting that I loved, which was, I forget that I'm an atheist until I meet a Christian. That's such a true thing that you're just like, yeah, like it's not a thing that you think about, and then you meet a Christian. It's like, oh, you have the fairy tale life. That's interesting, and like then you have to remember that you're an atheist. Of course, we do this show now. Like Joel and I have a podcast together. It's called Bad Bible Debates. New episodes every Tuesday. So like we think about it. We do this stuff. But
Well, I like you
when did I
guys. That's why I
first?
came on here.
Well, yeah, we're great. But like, who do you like more?
Well, I mean, you both are evenly likable, I guess. I mean, I see you. I don't see him.
Christians can't stop lying.
He's not on camera because he's hideous compared to me. He doesn't like to like.
I was just on live for like 7 hours, so fuck you. But I wish I could get to the point where I feel just like normal, and then go, oh yeah, I don't believe the cult stuff anymore. But I'm not there yet. It's like I can't wait for that day.
Yeah, it takes a while because you're indoctrinated. It takes some time. Like that happens with breakups. If you're with someone for a long time and then you break up, like you miss them for a while.
Yeah, I've been there.
Or you think
Yeah.
about them for a while. So like it lingers around, but they're gone.
But
Now,
for being a
me
skeptic,
though, it was a kind of like logical disassembling of the religion. As I was in church in high school, I started to think about how things didn't make sense, the problem of suffering, things like that. I didn't know that they were called that. Like I didn't know I was just in church. I didn't know the words, but I was like trying to figure that out. I was like, this stuff doesn't make sense. I don't know if this is true. And but like trying to hide that away because I was scared of hell and punishment and stuff. And then once I got to college and learned that other people were thinking about this too, but they're like philosophers, people like me now who are saying like, yeah, this isn't true. It was like, oh, that's a relief. I thought I was all alone. And so I was able to, kind of take it apart. That's how it worked for me. Hey, egg rolls.
so it just all sounded. It really sounded silly when you felt like you got into the real world.
Well, and impossible. Not just silly. I mean, silly, yes. Like, yes, for sure.
Right.
There's like jokes in the Bible, which, it's why we have these tote bags, because they just bring up like, there's some funny stuff in the Bible.
Well, I understand that because there's a lot
Joel,
of.
what's the funniest thing you've read? Is it the talking donkey or when God tries to kill Moses and they have to do the emergency circumcision?
That's good.
The circumcision was cool because his wife did it actually
So cool.
with a rock,
Yeah, that was really funny.
a sharp rock, and the kid was probably 20 years old. I mean,
Yeah. So
pretty-
funny. God
pretty
comes
well.
to kill Moses for no reason. And then it's like, cut this dick and rub it on my feet. Like that's pretty funny stuff. That
I
is
think
silly.
she kind of flung it like almost like a one of those crusty, slimy boogers. It's crusty on one side and slimy on the other. And you just got to flick it.
That's
think-
your just imagination.
I think that's how
fun.
she flicked it. I think.
You know what I think?
Are
she
your
did?
boogers
I
as
think
big as foreskins? Oh, go ahead, Joel.
Oh yeah, no, some of them are. I think that she chewed it like gum first.
Right. I blew a big bubble.
Yeah, he blew a big foreskin bubble and then spat it on Moses' penis because that's actually the euphemism. So yeah,
And then the foreskin blood that was in her mouth, she had to like do oral.
I thought we were speaking truth. So y'all were getting a little
no,
wild there.
you said it was flicked like a booger. That's not like even in the story, buddy. You're just
You
making
started
that up.
that. You started this.
I was just using a simile, like
Sure.
Asperger's.
Yeah. That's an assimilate.
She
but
rubbed it.
She
didn't
rubbed it on his
flick
feet
it.
or dick. It's unclear which one it was because sometimes they said feet when they meant penis back then because they were censoring it. That's a true
All right,
thing.
so just real
But I
fast.
say, so all those silly things in the Bible are funny, but the bad stuff is what turns you away. The stuff that's like, God's all good and then does a bad thing. That's confusing.
What bad does he do?
He tried to kill Moses in that story. That was bad.
He allowed him to be stricken with a ailment on the edge of death. Yeah, he allowed it.
That sucks.
You know?
He came and did it though. That's what it says.
He
What is this like? He came down to kill him. Where's the illness come in?
Well, what I mean, still, whatever.
When is
Maybe
this?
he held a sword to him.
This guy's such a Christian. He just adds stuff, like just makes more, and it doesn't even matter. Like, why would you add that?
And a second ago was like, don't do jokes and add stuff and add stuff. Okay, on the way at a place where they spent the night, the Lord met him and tried to kill him.
Yeah, no illness.
Okay, we'll take it that we don't know how he did it. It doesn't even matter. That's just semantics.
Is there a good way to try to kill somebody?
Oh no.
Okay, so God did a bad thing here.
I mean,
Who knows?
we're kind of caught in the argument of relativism there. I mean, you've got an individual that at the beginning of this belief in this creator of the universe, and he's trying to instill his omniscience, his omnipresence, and
What about
his
causing
omnipotence.
people to get graped as punishment? Do you know what I mean when I say graped?
No, what is that?
On TikTok, we have to say that, but pretend there's not a G there. Just don't say the word out loud or TikTok gets you in trouble. So he orchestrated the grape of soldiers. Do you think there's a good way to do that, or is that always going to be bad?
Oh, well, I mean, it's bad, especially if you're one it's happening to, for sure.
Honestly, just threatening even if you don't do it, but if you say, I'm going to have you graped, I think is bad.
Wow. Where is that?
Sure.
Find it.
Jeremiah 13. And if you say in your heart, why have these things come upon me? This is God talking, the Lord said.
What verse is that?
13:22 is where it starts. It is for the greatness of your iniquity that your skirts are lifted up and you are violated. And then down at 26, it mentions, I myself, this is God talking, I myself will lift up your skirts over your face and your shame will be seen. So he's going to lift the skirts and let the other people get violated.
Do you think this imagery of how bad the suffering's going to be? Not actually, hey, this is fixing to happen.
I don't think it matters. I think either way, that's fucked up. To threaten someone in that way is fucked up. I think that's bad. The Bible says God's all good, and then it says all these bad things. That's the problem I have.
Well, to me, do you have any kids?
Yeah.
Right? You love them the same, right?
The two of them?
Sometimes it's necessary to threaten to have them graped.
Oh no, we're not talking about that. Or do you have a?
He's pivoting.
Okay.
No, I'm trying to think of a good.
Like sometimes somebody deserves to get graped as a punishment.
Not
the grape one, but like he would probably say like,
not at all.
Like if they get in trouble at school, I'll say like, I'm gonna make you eat each other. I'll say stuff like that. Is that bad?
That's pretty bad. Yeah.
I'm not really gonna do it, but I use it as like a threat.
Yeah, use it like a threatening tool to stop the behaviors.
I would think that just doing a threat like that maybe not as bad as like forcing them to eat each other or something.
No, but not as bad.
Not as bad, but it's not like all good like that. No. I wouldn't say somebody that does that would be all good. That just right, like that would just negate the all goodness, right, Coach?
Yeah, I get what you're saying. That makes perfect sense. I can't even think on the realm that God.
And I will make this city a horror, a thing to be hissed at. Everyone who passes by it will be horrified and will hiss because of all its disasters. And I will make them eat the flesh of their sons and the flesh of their daughters, and all shall eat the flesh of their neighbors in the siege and in the distress with which their enemies and those who seek their life afflict them. This is the Lord your zombies. God talking.
They're like flesh-eating zombies.
Yeah, so when I did it, you were like, no, that's terrible. But now that it's God, you're like, that's fun. Zombies are cool. I already believe in fantasy. We might as well
we
add
like zombies,
the White Walkers.
Like Call of Duty, right?
No, I don't.
I don't like zombies, especially when they're Christians and they walk around with their arms outstretched with Bibles in hand going,
that's the worst.
His ways are higher. Yeah. His ways are higher, which you just said, Coach. His ways are higher. It's a broken record, buddy.
All right, Coach. So it seems like God is either bad or doesn't exist. Which one are you going with?
Oh, man. I believe he exists, and
is
I mean, I believe he's omnibenevolent, I guess would be the term.
omnibad, bad levelent.
Are you lying to yourself?
No.
Are you lying to us?
No.
All right.
You're lying to yourself.
But
Well,
I
you
got-
stated a very clear contradiction. You said that this act was bad. You think God did it, and you think he's all good. That's a contradiction. That's why we don't believe in God. That's why he doesn't exist, because the only people who believe in him accept contradictions logically. You're one of them, buddy. So did you have anything else you wanted to add on? Did you want me to change your Wikipedia page to say that you got, let me just put on your LinkedIn, I'll edit this to say, got
asterisk.
freaking throat ripped in a debate with Mezzo.
Asterisk,
and
he
John.
lost.
Got it. Okay.
Hey, I appreciate it, though.
You got it, buddy. Come
was a
back
good talk.
anytime.
All right, man.
Thank you. I really updated his LinkedIn. Did you know you could just do that to people?
I did not know that, but you are
I
paused.
don't think we should don't. Oh, what? I'm paused?
I see you as paused, but anyway, if no one else sees you as... Oh, there you are. You're back.
I did a little mini swipe.
But I don't know I planted a seed. For some reason, I feel like it was, I planted a seed. They'll eventually it's like there's no seed. He didn't say that, but you know what I mean? Like,
Yeah, you mean like he thinks he's going to change?
I think he thinks he
evolution
did something in that
statistics.
conversation. He was just
He said that at the end?
no, he didn't. But I just got that vibe where he's like, "All right, take care." You know,
think I
we had a
did
good
something.
conversation. It's like probably thinking, "I planted a seed."
Yeah. Nope.
No,
Jowie?
Joey.
Fuck. I ruined that. Can we, how old are you?
I'm 36.
Okay, Joel, can we I think we'll do top of the hour, and then I'll say
clean it
Joey,
up and then
just say
make it
Joey this
better.
time. One second, Joe. We're going to do a quick.
that's right, folks. It is the top of the hour, and it's a cool top of the hour. That's right. It's 1:29 a.m. in the morning on a day that's this morning, and it's 1:29, which is the top of the hour. We're doing BBDs, Bad Bible Debates. We got host Mezzo hanging out in the host throne. JRB kicking it back old school at 1:29, top of the hour. We've got Joey in the hot seat. Take it away, Mez.
Oh, yes. We did it. We nailed it. We had the perfect drop back in from the top of the hour. Let's fucking go. Thanks for all the gifts. Thanks for all the likes. Thanks for all the support. Thanks for the views. Thanks for the shares. Thanks for being here. Thanks for the follows. Thanks for following Joe. Thanks for clicking the link in the bio. Thanks for going through every single link meticulously and doing every single one of them to completion. Follow through. Our next guest is up right now. Let's see what he's got. Jowie, you're up. Fuck.
Damn it! Mez! I'm not doing it over again. We can't do it over again. Can we edit it in? Can we do a cut in?
Can we just call you Jowie?
No, it's Joey.
Oh, you can't give an inch, Jow?
No, because it's the Japanese way of saying Joey.
No, Joey is the English way of saying Joey.
No,
What?
the way I have it is the Japanese way of
Oh,
Joey.
you spelled it in Japanese.
Spelled
okay.
it,
Yeah.
Okay.
That's fine. They'll know I don't speak Japanese. Okay. Ohayo gozaimasu, Joey. Welcome in. What's your age and religion?
36. I'm not Christian. I believe in chaos.
Oh my
Or
goodness!
next.
I would have guessed not Christian if I had a
Chaos.
chance. I can't say it, but yeah.
Ima kokode sakuso. Yeah? Yes?
Wakaimasen.
You're not right now? Okay. All
I
right.
took
So,
one semester of Japanese, so
oh, okay. I said Ima is like here, and kokode is now. Or no, it's the other way. Ima is now. Kokode is here, like right now, right here, and then Sakuso is like, you want to fuck? It's you want to do it right here, right now. I remember how to say that in Japanese pretty good. Probably messing it up a little bit, but they'll get the point. And then they would say, how do you say hell yes in Japanese? I don't know. I'll look it up. Okay. So what's chaos? What does that mean?
So I really got into like the Roman worship of Nyx. She's the goddess of chaos.
Okay.
And then chaos theory. And I've just read this book by Brian Kloss called Fluke.
I made a TV show pitch called Chaos Theory once. Do you want to hear it?
Sure.
I was going to get Greg Proops. You know who that is?
No.
Is he Canadian, Joel? Do you know Greg Proops? If you can get him. Oh, Joel's busy. He's probably talking to Greg on the other line.
I know Proops. Yeah, I think he might be like he was in our Who's line.
Yeah, he's probably Canadian.
I should say our Who's line because
his name's probably
Canadians.
Greg Props, but he has an accent. Greg.
Yeah,
Proops. He probably says a boot.
Oh, I'm just out and about, looking at some Proops for the next movie.
There goes fucking Greg Proups. Your name's Proups. That's really funny. Anyways, the show was we were going to investigate little tiny things in history that you could remove. Just imagine if like this one invention didn't happen, and then we would have like historians and scientists and stuff like theorize about what the world would be like today. That was like the idea. Like it was like a I don't know, History Channel type of show. And so chaos theory, like butterfly effect, is part of that too. And so the idea would be like you take out like, what if you just made it where Nikola Tesla was the one who won out the patent instead of Edison, right? Would we all have electric airplanes right now? That kind of thing. There's a really interesting story that I think this is a true fact, but I'm not 100% sure. This might be a thing, but the size of horses. Like, have you ever seen a horse?
Yeah.
Okay, so they had a size of a horse. That's just a natural thing. And then people put a chariot on it. So they made the chariot like the size of a horse, right? And then the groove and the wheels were kind of far out to keep it balanced. And then the grooves of those chariots eventually over time like made their way and dug into the cobblestone bricks throughout Rome and elsewhere. And then when they went to like lay in later, they were going to lay in train tracks. And they were like, well, we have these grooves. And so they put the tracks there and they made the train that wide because it was already there for it. And so then they made the train tunnels the size to fit the train tunnel. And then later when they were making space shuttle rocket ships, they needed to be able to move them around, the place. Like they had to build it in one place and move it somewhere else. And they used trains to do that. So they were limited and they made the rocket the size of a train tunnel so they could keep moving it through. And so that, the idea here is that, because of the size of a horse is also why we have the size of like the space shuttle. It is in part is the shape and design that it is because of what a horse is shaped like. Such a fucking cool thing. I don't know how true that is. It might not be true at all.
That sounds pretty true.
It's interesting nonetheless. And so the idea would be like if chariots had been made differently in the Chaos Theory show with Greg Proops would be like, what size is the space shuttle now? Like, what would that look like? How different would the world be? It's a cool idea for a show. Anyways, you're not like a Christian or anything, so I don't know. Why are you here?
I'm always watching, and you come across my For You page a lot. So I figured I'd request up. And
yeah, I mean, I don't think Nyx is real either, but I don't know that much about it. Is there any evidence for it being true other than it being Pluto's planet or Pluto's moon?
Not really, other than the Romans heavily believed in it and they worshiped Nyx before Christ.
Right, but the rest of the people didn't believe in it. So that's if evidence for it is that some people believed in it, then the rest of the world not believing it would be evidence against it. What are the other moons of Pluto? Do you know them?
No.
Charon, Nyx, Hydra. It has two more. What are the other moons of Pluto, guys? Okay, well, so why do you think Nyx is real? Other than someone else believed in it.
Well, I think chaos is like the force of chaos is real, and that we imagined the god, and that it is like a fairy tale that we all believe in.
We're personifying chaos.
Yeah, we're personifying chaos.
I don't know if it's a personification or an anthropomorphization, because there's a subtle difference between those, and I can't get it. I keep trying to look it up, and I can't wrap my head around what the difference is. What the fuck is the difference between anthropomorphize and personify? I don't know.
Maybe they're like really similar, and that's okay.
Well, that's really sweet. Styx. That's why, because there's Nyx and Styx. They sound too similar. And then Kerberos, which had worse music than Styx.
Yeah, but and Stevie Nicks, which of course.
Oh yeah, there's Nyx and Styx. Yeah, that's right. I bet Hydra's a band. Styx fucking rocked, man. They had some bangers. Okay. Other than here to talk about rock music, you were going to say you think that chaos is real, but chaos is not a being, right?
Not really a being, it's a force. Kind of like gravity is a force.
Oh, sure, yeah. Do you think that chaos wants you to call it Nyx or wants you to call it God?
Maybe. Like,
why would a force have preference? What does that mean? Does gravity want something?
Not really. Gravity's just there.
Neither does chaos, whatever that means. Like, no, of course not. They don't have preference. That's just you adding stuff onto it. And I think that when you do that, although I appreciate that you didn't do it with the Christian God, because, when you do it with Christian God, it's even worse because so many people believe in it. But just naming a force of nature something doesn't like really help this conversation. Let me put it this way. Volcanoes, in fact, everything fire related, volcanoes, fire, the sun, anything that's like super hot that it's like flaming is Satan. So do you believe in Satan now?
No.
But I just told you, I just named those things Satan. So now is Satan real?
Well, if you're in charge of naming them, I guess then.
Are either of us in charge of naming these things? Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
No, it's not convincing. It's not real. You're just like layering something on top of like nature and giving the name that's confusing the conversation. I think it's a bad thing to do. For me, I mean, at least in colloquially or for fun or like on your weekends, fucking go nuts. Pray to Nyx. I don't care. Do whatever you want. But when you're in a conversation about God, it's like it's just it muddles it up, I think.
Yeah.
So, anyways. All right.
Thanks for letting me up.
Yeah, absolutely.
Talk to you later.
Later, Joey.
Bye, Joe. We'll never talk to him again.
How do you say is Zai Jiao? Is that how you say bye in Japanese? Did you know how to do that? Zai
No, I
Jian.
said-
Oh, that's Chinese. That's
Bye,
Mandarin.
Joe.
I don't remember how to say bye. How do you say bye in Japanese? Oh, now I gotta
Is
look it up.
Nino sleeping? Are you sleeping, Nino?
Oh, sayonara. I knew it was something like.
Oh, yeah. That's
Yeah,
not
I was like,
hard.
I know it's a known like common thing. Yeah.
Another sleeper.
Okay, let's play just a quick little tune.
Lullaby. And say goodnight.
What? Wait, lullaby.
Go to sleep. And good night. Go to sleep, little baby.
Is it G?
Baby. Good night. Go to sleep.
Nailed it.
Beautiful song. What a beautiful melody.
I like lullabies. I think that like we could juice them up a little bit though. You know what I mean?
Yeah, hold on. This one guy said, why not debate? Why can't you debate 1v1? If anyone thinks I've been involved in the debates.
Joel's more asleep than Nino. By the way, if you have to go to sleep, God damn it.
You son of a bitch.
Let's have a snore off. No, but Joel, seriously, if you have to go to bed, it's been a long day.
I'm just hanging out. I have to stay up late to recalibrate because I have nights tomorrow night. So,
okay.
So that's
well, then I won't do any more of this.
What?
Actually,
right. Richie, I won't even talk. You guys can do a 1v1. I think Richie's afraid of me. Or are we saying send Mezzo away?
Let's do this.
Power naps and power chords.
I wanted a little Top Gun theme there. Oh
man, I probably know that.
Close. 155 4. Yeah. Yep.
That's a great sounding fake guitar for a keyboard. The little effects it does at the end are fun. You have to wobble it. Anyway.
Does it have a pitch bender on there?
Yeah, so it has a really cool thing. Let me go to a more normal one. Hold on, let's go to one of these. It has this pitch bender. Right?
Yeah, nice.
But then it also has an expression bender. You hear that?
Yeah. It's like
and
a
they
little
all
envelope.
Yeah, they do like different things. And you can do them like in together, so left and right bends and up and down does, envelope or something, like it adds different things. And then they also have these variables. So like that one adds a fifth. They all like it's such a great keyboard. It's so fucking cool.
Is that a Nord Stage?
No, I couldn't afford that one. It's a Korg. Korg is the Nord knockoff. They just were like, we'll just call it Korg. People will think it's a Nord. We'll make the K look a little like an N. It's called a something Korg Chrome Workstation EX or something like that. I don't remember the exact name of it, but it's fucking dope.
I used to wash dishes with the grandson of Moog.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Sick.
Yeah. They're a great family. It just was funny that like
the synthesizer things where you plug in.
Exactly, the Moog synthesizer.
Yeah, cool, fucking cool. I went to a synth convention once and saw a bunch of people like doing the like operator, like plugging things in and pushing buttons. I don't know how they do it. Sounds fucking cool.
It's amazing.
Yeah. What's up? Did you have something you wanted to do today?
No, just wanted to, I just saw only a couple people were requesting. I didn't know that you were wrapping up, so I wanted to be some, intermediary comic relief or something like that. I did want to say that, it's not confirmed yet, but I'm potentially doing with Justin. I don't know if you've ever seen me do where I pretend to be the Christian lawyer and like try to like do their argument better for them. And as your attorney, I advise you to. Yeah, so Justin is asking me to do that for one of his shows.
I love that.
No, that's
I had a lawyer joke. I used to do fake merch. I was talking to Joel about this recently. I used to do these fake merch jokes where I had like if someone ran, Joel does the song. This was before I knew Joel, but I would do I put up a background that was like, that last guest was brought to you by Mezzo brand running shoes, and I had like a photoshopped shoe. I used them more on like flat earthers. I was doing that, and I had one that was a Bible lawyer is called something. Don't let the Bible get away with libel. Have you been accused of? And then like all these Old Testament things, and it said we specialize in like Sabbath. What was it called? It was like all these legalese, but mixed with Bible things. And the last one was like and DUIs, which was just for fun. And their name was Shem and Japheth, the law offices of what is something like that, whatever it was, whatever those names are. Shem and Japheth. What are their names?
Yeah, I mean, Shem and Japhet.
Yes, I said it wrong when I did it, though.
Oh, well, that's how most.
But you should use "Don't let the Bible get away with libel." That's a good lawyerese thing.
Yeah, that's good. Yeah, so if anybody has those, send them over. That's awesome.
All right. Well, we'll look out for that. Thanks.
Yeah, my pleasure. I did have one other thing that you. Well, are you trying to end right now?
No. I'm just trying to like bring up a guest. That's all.
Oh,
Yeah.
well, please. I mean, I guess I was just going to say, like, have you noticed any increase? I've kind of been spamming Joel's inbox of like the Christian nationalism that has been, I feel like, emboldened by, Joel's protected having that good Canadian citizenship. But just wondering if you're seeing any increase of
like locally for me, I haven't seen as big of a like the first time Trump won, there was a big there was flags everywhere. But I was also at the time like living in a bit more of a area that had that too. So this time I think that they're like not as there's definitely an emboldenment for sure. Like has happened, but it seems like a little bit different. I think some people are kind of like, was this right? Whoa. But we're full of lunatics. I don't know. I wasn't here before. Like the whole time I've been doing this. Wait, is that true that I was doing this before he won again. So I don't know. I've been trying to ignore it.
That's fair.
Last time when Trump won, I went to rallies like crazy. My wife and I made signs. We marched. We did everything. We went to. I went to Washington D.C. I was involved in things and wrote congressional leaders and all stuff, and nothing happened, and it was very stressful and painful. And now we have kids this time around, and so I intentionally was like, I'm gonna not partake in that this year, and I appreciate the people who are keep fighting the good fight, but I'm intentionally turning the news off a little bit this time around and trying to save some stress levels so that I can not be heated when I engage with my family.
I think you're doing far more than you realize just by doing this and helping people come to realize that these problematic views are part and parcel. I
can separate this from that though, although I do know obviously I'm not an idiot, I know the implications of stuff, so yeah.
Just don't get indifferent. Don't go indifferent.
Oh hell no. I'm a registered Green Party. I'm a pretty active dude, but I have never voted Green. It's just I wish that they were a little bit better and worth voting for, but they aren't because there's others. Well, actually that's not true. I voted for Ralph Nader. You can blame me for Bush. That's fine. Nader was the shit. The guy invented seatbelt laws, people. Pretty cool.
Can't argue with that.
And I think child seat, car seat laws, which, he literally actually saved millions of people's lives. You know what I mean?
But what do you need car seats for if you're just going to heaven? So what's...
Hey, that's a good point. I ran a background once that was said Christians should be more extreme. And it was all about how you guys shouldn't wear seatbelts, helmets. You should all be skydiving and bungee jumping because you're not allowed to do it on purpose. But if you live risky, that's allowed. That's what we did it once, and then I was like, I feel really gross trying to convince people to be dangerous with their life.
Totally. Have you heard that Emo Phillips joke?
I don't know if I've heard that one, but if you're going to say it, can you please do the voice?
Yeah, I've heard it, but do the voice.
Yeah, let me muster the strength here. So I was walking down the street one day, and I was passing by a bridge, and I saw a man standing on the edge of the bridge, and I asked him, "What are you doing there?" And he said,
Wait, hold on. Why does this feel fast?
Oh, sorry. Yeah, that's true.
What are you doing here?
What are you doing here? And he said to me, "I'm going to jump." And so I said to him, "Are you a God-fearing man?" And he said, "Yes." And I said, "Are you a Catholic or a Protestant?" Protestant. "Oh, me too." And I said, "Are you a Baptist or a Lutheran?" And he said, Baptist. I said, oh, me too. Are you a Southern Baptist or a Northern Baptist? He said, Northern Baptist. I said, oh, me too. And are you of Northern Baptist Great Lakes region or Northern Baptist Eastern region? He said, Northern Baptist Great Lakes region. I said, oh, me too. And he said, are you Northern Baptist Great Lakes region Council of 1867 or Northern Baptist Great Lakes region Council of 1868? And he said, Council of 1868. And I pushed him off the bridge and I said, die, heretic.
I thought it was going to be that he had the right religion, and so that he pushed him off so he'd go to heaven.
Well, that would
No, that's correct.
make more logical sense.
Yeah.
So
all right.
true.
Well, thank you so much for the jokes. Thanks for coming up, everybody. Follow up so you can see the lawyer interactions happening on Justin's Live sometime soon. All right, take care, friend.
And Bert, can you stop advertising other people's lives on our lives? This is bad Bible debate.
I didn't even think about that. I always forgot.
Well, you know why? Because we love him, but the problem is that Bjorn's gonna freak.
Yeah. I wonder if I can, like, before we send this over, if we can cut that out, maybe.
Yeah. Well, he gets mad when there's jump cuts. He senses the jump.
Yeah. Ivy, you've been here recently. Do I remember you?
Yeah, it was about like a week ago, I think. Something like that.
There's a bit of a like reverb. Are you talking through like a guitar pedal?
No. Is it still like that?
Yeah, a little bit. It's just a little bit like a little bit empty and like hollow and weird sounding, but I think it's okay. Can you guys hear him okay?
Just get closer to your mic.
Do a quick, like, say a poem to check the mic.
A poem? Like...
It can slam or not, like whatever. You can do some words from the immortal bard, perhaps.
I got you. Like, roses are red, violets are blue.
Hamlet.
No. My name is Ivy, and Jesus loves you.
Yep. Oh yeah, you're the guy. No, he has a fish tank. I asked him that last time. I think he takes baths with his fish. I'm just saying. I don't know. Like, I don't have any evidence for it, but it sounds like he's letting the fish take baths with him. Which I don't know. Like, to each his own. Just make sure you get fish consent. Ivy, have I told you this before, that there's no God? Did you hear about that news?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure you have.
Okay. Phew. All right. Well, then, were you stuck on something, or what's going on?
I just don't see why you think there's no God.
Sure. So is God, like, everywhere?
Yeah, God is everywhere.
Okay. Well, I'm going to grab this thing real quick.
Well, what do you mean? Like, I feel like everywhere is like more of a figurative sense. He's outside the perspective of time, so he can be anywhere at once.
Is he everywhere at once?
I mean, I'm not God, you know.
Okay, I'll put this back.
I know that he could be anywhere, wherever he wants, you know.
Okay.
You know, he's all powerful, so.
What does that mean, to be all powerful? Like he could kick a soccer ball farther than you?
All powerful means he's able to do anything or whatever he wants. That could also mean limiting his power, like he did when he turned into man and died on the cross for our sins. So it's really not something we could fully grasp and understand, but
I think that's why it's hard to believe. It's like, I don't get this.
Yeah, and I feel like
I don't understand this at all. This doesn't make any sense. It seems like it's like made up.
Yeah, and I feel like because not believing something because of a lack of understanding is just, you know, I feel like that's not intellectually like.
Well, right, but you're just adding it for nothing. Like, it adds no explanatory power, right? If we're like trying to figure out what's real, and then you just go like, well, maybe there's a magic guy that can do whatever it wants. And we go, what? I don't understand. What does that even mean? You go, yeah, it's there's a magic guy that can do whatever it wants and it's outside of time, but it can come into time. What the fuck are you talking about? Like, this is obviously a made up thing. You haven't explained anything. You've just added a bunch of riddles
but then
to this like concept of reality. You're what?
I think you're minimizing the how crazy it is that how humans came to be. Like, it sounds insane thinking of a creator, but when you think of the fact that we are living and we have consciousness, it's really not that far fetched. So
you think that like everything is like designed?
Yeah.
Why do you think that?
Everything living, like what do you mean?
Why do you think things are designed?
Because I think that most things that we see in our day-to-days are intricately designed to do certain things. Like, and I feel like no matter what,
like the complexity of stuff.
Yeah, and like when you see a building, like you don't say that just came to be. You say there's a builder that designed this building.
Yeah, that's true.
For life.
So, yeah, but you know, obviously with the building, you can like meet the architects, and they'll say, "Hey, we built that." So it's like, okay, cool. And so we know, like, we've seen enough buildings being built that also, if we look in history and see a building that we can't talk to the architects, we can match it with those and go, oh, some people probably made that. But we've never seen someone build a tree, right? And so it's kind of hard to match that to something. But you're saying you look at the trees, it's like complex and it's like perfectly designed looking, like it's so complex and perfect that you just think it's designed, right?
I don't think that's the only reason I believe that there's a God.
No, but I'm just saying, just to the design point, it's because they're so complex and perfect, right?
I wouldn't say every thing, like a rock, you know what I'm saying? Like I feel
what's
like,
wrong with the rock? What's the imperfection?
There's nothing wrong or imperfection with the rock. I feel like where you're going with it is like, what's the design of this then, or what's the design of this? And I don't know, but I'm saying that.
What's something that you look at and you go, this is designed? Give me an example of something.
The nervous system.
Okay, and so why do you think the nervous system is like intentionally designed rather than just came about naturally?
Because I think that something with that expertise couldn't be randomly, like it's not just a chemical disaster. Like it's
right.
There's a purpose.
It works so perfectly well.
Yeah,
and it's complex. That's kind of like complex and perfect. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think that? Do you think God is perfect?
I do think God is perfect.
Do you think he's complex or simple?
I think he's complex.
So when you see the complexity and perfections in God, do you think that he must be designed?
I mean, I don't see the complexities in God because I can't see God and I can't fully understand or grasp his being.
So he might not be complex. He might just be a Dumbo, like a bimbo God.
No, I think you're misunderstanding what I'm saying.
Well, you said he was complex and perfect, and when something's complex and perfect, you assume it's designed. But then with God, you assume he's complex and perfect and not designed. I'm confused by this because of how obviously like special plea it is, I guess.
I feel like you illustrated that from the answers that I gave you, and that's
right. That's a good point. That's actually a really good point.
That's not what I gave you. And I believe that when we were talking about beginnings, I think
Wait, you said I got that from the answers you gave me?
I feel like you illustrated that narrative from the answers that you gave me, but we didn't connect.
I can illustrate it if you want to draw it out.
No, please. I've seen you do it. But as I was saying, if we're talking about gods and beginnings and stuff like that, like I believe that everything that has a beginning has a cause. And I believe that because God doesn't have a beginning, he doesn't have a cause for him to be created.
Why don't you think he has a beginning?
Because that's not how it says in the Bible. It says that he was there.
Well, the Bible's not true though. That's kind of like, that's part of what we're up here doing today. Joel and I are just like letting people know we're sorry, but like the Bible has things that aren't true in it, and that's one of them.
What in the Bible isn't true?
Although like a factual stuff, it gets wrong.
Like what?
Sure, let's look up Where's this verse? I haven't done this one in a while.
It says, okay, go ahead.
I was going to do the Jacob and the stripes. Did you have one?
I was just going to say, like, the sun showed up before plants.
Oh, yeah, that's not true.
But
it says plants showed up before sun.
Yeah, it says the plants first, yeah.
Yeah. But the sun was before plants.
It has to have been.
Is there another fish calling you? Are you around? I think he's petting his fish.
Sorry, I was.
You're good. All right, so in Genesis, here's a like weird factual thing that it offers for just like no reason. I don't know why. All right, so this is Jacob. Jacob. Then Jacob took fresh rods of poplar and almond, and plain and peeled white streaks in them, exposing the white of the rods. So he took these sticks and he peeled part of the the bark off of the sticks so that there was a dark part and a light part. He made imagine the North Pole, how it has like a spiral or like a barber. What are those spinning barber things called?
Barber poles?
Is that what they're called?
I feel like they might be called barber poles.
That might
just be knowing them as barber. Yeah.
That actually.
So it's just a barber.
Fuck, I feel so stupid.
What are those poles?
No, when I was 18, I had a job at a barber and I quit because he kept go wash the barber pole, and I thought he wanted me to scrub his dick up. Jacob took these things, he made a barber pole out of them so it had stripes on it. And then he set those striped rods that he peeled in front of the flocks in the troughs. That is the watering places where the flocks came to drink. So there's these different animals coming here to drink. And since they bred when they came to drink, the flocks bred in front of the rods. Okay, so when he says flocks, what are we talking about here? Sheep. Sheep. Yeah, flock of sheep. So he brings these sheep in, and he puts these striped rods up, and the sheep fuck in front of the rods that are striped. So what do you think happened?
They had kids, I guess.
They had kids, and the flocks produced young that were striped, speckled, and spotted. It says because they fucked in front of the rods, they had babies that looked like the rods. That's not true. That doesn't really work. That's a false thing.
I mean, how do you know that it's not true?
Ivy.
What?
Ivy.
What? Because in that same sense.
Do you think that zebras became striped because horses fucked in front of North Poles and barber poles? Is that what you think?
I don't think that every blind person could be touched with mud and see again, but that's the miracle of Jesus Christ. We can't.
Yeah, that one also is. That doesn't also.
Yeah,
that's another thing that's not true.
Exactly.
But we also know, like, this isn't a God did a miracle and made that. They're just saying that's how it works. It's not true. It's not how it works.
They're saying that that's what happened in the Bible, right? They're saying that this is what happened. This happened. This.
Yep.
Yeah. So I mean, if it's. I mean, I would understand if you don't believe that. That's not really like anything like.
I mean, prove me wrong and like go make some striped sheep. Absolutely.
You know what I'm saying? Like, I guess that's a reason. That's definitely a reasonable thing to like feel like it's not true. So I don't.
Yeah, that's not true. It'd be like super unreasonable for you to try to defend striped sheep breeding. Like.
Yeah, I feel like, and also, so like, but how is that like productive to like the conversation on God being real?
Well, we're just showing. You said that but the Bible says that God is existed forever and wasn't created. And I was saying the Bible isn't true. Here's a good example of that. So where does it say in the Bible that God wasn't created?
It says, in the beginning, there was God. And it didn't say anything about him being created. I mean,
well, it doesn't say everything that happened.
Yeah, but
in history. It actually just starts with when God began to create the heavens and the earth. So he could have been made just before this.
I was talking about what is it called in John 1. It said, "In the beginning there was God, and the Word was with God." So,
Okay, and to John. So Genesis got that a little bit weird, but let's look at John's. It's 1:1, right?
I think so.
In the beginning was the Word.
Oh,
and the Word
was God.
And the Word was with God. Maybe the Word made God. And the Word was God. Nope, that's it. Okay. He was in the beginning with God. All things came into being through him. There you go. And without him, not one thing came into being. Yeah, so that part's not true.
What disproves that?
Do you think God made cancer?
No.
Well, there you go. So that disproves this.
Because it says that God...
It says all things.
All things came into being through him. And without him, not one thing came into being. But you're saying cancer came into being without him. So.
No, I'm saying that God didn't create cancer. I'm saying because he was there and because he created humanity.
Is cancer a thing?
Drive through that.
Is cancer a thing?
Cancer is a thing.
Did he create all things?
He said that all things came through him, meaning that everything that he produced.
So cancer is one of the things.
Yeah.
No.
It's under all.
Yeah, I feel like it's not letting me speak. Let me express my thoughts real quick. So I'm saying,
let me just read it one more time real quick, and then I want just to make sure. I'm going to read it in a different translation, maybe. He was with God in the beginning. Through him all things were made. Without him nothing was made that has been made.
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, and you're saying, okay, so without him, nothing that has been made, all that has been made, all that junk, right? And we're saying that because of that, God made everything. That means that God made cancer, right? That's what you guys are saying. And I'm saying that because God made humanity and God made free will, God gave them the opportunity to sin, which brought curse onto the world. And because of that, through that, because God says all things come through him. So through that creation, through that free will, through those humans, that is what happened. The evil came into the world. Sin came into the world. Cancer,
I get that.
Diseases came into the world.
Did God make this pencil?
No, but it came through God because God made humans.
So he's ultimately responsible for the pencil, even though Bic made it. So this is a Bic number 2.
Yeah.
Bic made it, but God made Bic, and so or set in motion Bic. So he's ultimately responsible for this pencil, right?
If we're comparing this to humans, then I'm saying that he's responsible for the human's value, not the human's decisions. So he's responsible for the pencil's value, not the pencil's decisions.
Did he make the pencil or not?
No. Not
okay, then that disproves this Bible verse that says, without him nothing was made that has been made. This Bible verse says God made everything. This is part of everything. The Bible
verse says that without him, those things could not have been made.
Without him, nothing was made that has been made. It doesn't say could have been made.
Exactly.
Through him, all things were made.
Exactly. Because
was the pencil made through God?
Able to be made.
Was the pencil made through God?
Yeah, through God.
Okay. Is he ultimately responsible for the pencil then? Because if the person wasn't there, God still could have made it, right?
Yeah.
If God wasn't there, could the person have made it?
The person wouldn't be there if God wasn't there.
Okay, so God is the ultimate creator. He's the one responsible for all creation of all things.
I feel like that's just where we disconnect.
I don't know why you won't say God made everything.
Because we're like that. That just doesn't make a lot of sense. I'm saying that all things that are made came through God. You're saying that God made all things. You're saying that God, because
without him, nothing was made that has been made. In him was life, and that life was life of mankind.
God made the pencil because the human made the gun. God made the gun. That's not consistent. That isn't, no. The Bible literally says
Okay.
all things came through God, and I'm agreeing with that. But you're saying it, you're interpreting it as because it says all things came through God. That means God made all things. That's not what you're saying.
Okay. So, would pencils exist without God?
No.
Okay. Will cancer exist without God?
No.
Murder?
No.
Okay. Interesting.
So God set the parameters for these things to exist.
Yeah.
By creating humans?
Yeah.
By creating all things.
By creating humans, by creating animals, he gave us the opportunity to make the decision to kill other people, to hurt other people, for diseases to come in the world. He gave us that.
They should have said that in John 1. They should have made that more clear.
Well, I mean, they can't say everything in the book. Like,
yeah, they can.
They could have said more stuff if they just got rid of the yeast shit.
That's true. They could have left the yeast shit out and made a little bit more room for this. Also, like, there's bigger books than this, and a lot of stuff is repeated. You know, they could have fit way better stuff in. And also, just like, you know, those encyclopedias where they have like, there's the A book and then the B book, and like you could have just made an anthology. You could really like fit a lot more than like the duplicate stuff that's confusing.
Stop doing the like, you're gonna have so many offspring, and say don't fuck kids at least once.
Say it one time. There's not enough room for don't fuck kids.
Yeah, like, geez. Don't you agree that it should say in the Bible somewhere like don't fuck kids?
You know what? I'd put it right here. Holy Bible, don't fuck kids.
Ivy, would you agree that like age of consent is important and it should be in the Bible?
I feel like age of consent in that time was different than how it is now. Ethics at that time was different than how it is now.
Yeah, do you think that like God should have known that like we shouldn't be fucking kids that are under like 18 at least, and so he should have put in there don't fuck kids?
I don't think. I mean, I don't know. I feel like it's.
He thinks back then it was fine for that to happen.
No, you don't think that like it was fine to fuck children back then?
That's not what I'm saying. I never said that.
Yeah, so you probably think that God should have had some foresight and put that in there.
You said back then they did that. So I didn't.
Yeah, me saying back then.
Back then they did that, so he should have put it in the book saying don't do that, right?
Yeah, he should have been ahead of his.
Don't do that, right?
Yeah, he should have been ahead of his time.
To snakes, do you think that can happen?
That's what happened when God revealed himself through Moses' staff.
Right, but do you think other people who don't use God can turn sticks into snakes?
No.
Okay, so the Bible has an error. Love that.
Do you think that the Bible is...
Where's the error?
Hold on, let me read that one real quick, because he's been thinking that the Bible is perfect, and there's all these errors. All right, whose stick turns into a snake?
Moses.
And he uses God to do that?
Yeah, God revealed himself.
Do you believe in like sorcerers and magicians?
Yeah, I believe that satanic magic is real, and that there's definitely like power, evil power, and
why
divine forces. You said what?
Why do you think that? So you think Satan can turn a stick into a snake?
I don't know. I don't really look into dark magic and stuff like that. That's not really mine.
All right. Well, it says here that Moses turned his stick into a snake, and then the Pharaoh summoned the wise men and the sorcerers, and they also, the magicians of Egypt, did the same by their secret arts. Each one threw down his staff, and they became snakes, but Aaron's staff swallowed up theirs. So you think that Satan did this stick magic?
Yeah, it's definitely possible. I don't look at it.
It's definitely possible. Ivy, you're like deluded to the point of it feels like, honestly, like just like numbing to speak to you. You have nothing to offer. You believe everything, even like you're like the most gullible person I've ever spoken to on this app.
Because I haven't.
Yeah, I'm telling you why I'm irritated. You interrupt me when I'm in the middle of my rant. Like, you have nothing to offer except that I believe everything the Bible says for no reason.
Actually, I don't think that Ivy does believe what the Bible says. I think that Ivy is, like, for instance, Ivy, do you believe that it's true in Revelation when it says that liars will go to hell?
Yeah, I guess.
That you're committed to that being true?
Yeah, I feel like if we're just taking that verse in that context, and that's just
like, do you believe that it's immoral, objectively immoral to lie?
Definitely.
Yeah. Are you in the bathtub right now?
No.
Okay. Is your other name on this app Q-Top?
No.
Yeah. So you're a liar and you're a hypocrite. You're Q-Top and you're in the bath. We all can hear it.
I don't think it's Q-Top.
Oh, for sure. It's for sure. The last time I wasn't sure, but this time it's
I feel like Q-Top would do like better arguments than just like, I believe everything.
But there are no better arguments, Mezzo.
What is a Q-Top? I'm so good.
You're Q-Top. That's why you did the P3DO apologetics. And that's why you're lying about being in the bathtub. And it's just the cadence. He's Q-Top for sure.
I'm skeptical because I was wrong once. I said a guy was, and then it wasn't. I posted a clip of it and everything. It's still on my page. It wasn't him. I found that out later. So I'm a bit skeptical just because I've been burnt before by myself. You weren't there for that one.
You know what? Last time he was on, it was like I wasn't sure, but this time, you guys trust me. Just listen for the cadence. If this is on YouTube, play it back. You can hear it. Sometimes he got a little quicker. Very Q-Top. The accent, the voice, everything it's him. He's just like taking it easy in a bathroom, in a bath, just lying.
Maybe cam up. Just cam up, and we'll check it out. Put your camera.
Oh, that'd be funny. Yeah. Just cam up, not naked in a bathtub, and
I'm not comfortable with my camera on, but
yeah, of course not.
Just show your fish.
My fish? I don't have any fish.
You said you had a fish tank.
I didn't say I have a fish tank.
What's the dripping sounds then?
I don't know.
I don't know. This guy is a fucking chronic liar.
Yo, I'm so confused.
You're not confused. You know what's going on. What a liar, man. You gotta quit this shit. You like, stop being such a piece of shit, Q-Top.
Yo, what are we talking about, bro?
I don't know. Just can you mute up for a second? Miss Cake, you're our next guest. Welcome in. I'm familiar with you, of course, but for everyone else, what's your age and religion?
I'm 52, somewhat Christian-ish.
What would you like to talk about?
Well, I wanted to suggest two things. One, Joel, I think you're missing that he could just be sitting and having a rinse on his bidet. And it could be...
That's a long rinse.
I have a bidet and they spray. They don't just drip.
It's more of a...
Okay, but no, he had the rinse. He's just drip drying now.
He's just dripping
drip
from
drying.
That's true. Okay, fair enough. You win that one.
Can you cam up and show your asshole, Ivy, to make sure it's not dripping? Don't unmute. Just put your camera on. Listen to the instructions.
What are we talking about?
By the way, Q-Top, if you want to come up and do these things, come up as Q-Top. We could use the, all your...
I might have Q-Top blocked.
Rabid fans.
Do I have you blocked on the other thing? I can unblock you if you want.
Are you talking to me?
And then the other thought is, what if we compare the serpent to the Kundalini?
Kundalini. Is this
it's a type of a pasta. It's a pasta Kundalini.
No.
Is that an
So-
Italian
It's a like Indian thing, right?
And I'm talking about symbolic comparisons here. But we see serpents used in various ways in mythology, but one frequent way that serpents are depicted is as a manner of human ascendance, ascendance toward something lofty ideals, of course, towards the sky, supernatural, etc.
I'm not sure. I'm a little confused about why we're talking about this.
Oh, because you guys were talking about the serpent in Genesis. and
Oh, that
Satan.
was to this guy. Do you think the snake talked?
Like, not literally. No,
Yeah,
I don't
okay,
think
that's just for people who think it's literal. I don't care about the like Kundalini, like spiritual energy or whatever. It's just for people who say the Bible's like literally, factually, 100% true.
Well,
then you got to like run that on them. You know.
This is sorry to interrupt, Miss. You're interrupting, but the this is so funny to me when like people try to fold the Bible into whatever other stupid stories or like energies or whatever.
Maybe they
Oh,
meant this other thing.
That's not where I'm going with it at all. I'm really not going there with it at all. I'm just saying it is interesting how the symbology of the serpent has been used in several different mythologies
Symbolism.
in a similar way.
Is it interesting or is it like just snakes? Like
I think snakes are just weird, and people put them in.
Oh, both, yeah.
People find snakes creepy.
There's a lot of birds too.
No, I don't think it was a literal serpent. I think it was always a symbolic serpent. But that's what I'm thinking is like, can
I squeeze this metaphor into something else to keep it
Not
like to save
necessarily.
the to keep the cult alive, kind of.
The reason why, and it's funny you call it symbology, the reason why we have like 65,000 connections or hyperlinks, as Jordan Peterson says in the Bible, and they call it typology, like, is because people see these patterns. We love patterns. So yeah, you can see, they used a snake in the Gilgamesh stuff. They used a snake in the Anunnaki stuff. They used a snake in, Greek stuff. Like, yeah, of course, there's snakes. Everybody saw snakes, creeped out by snakes. Like, good, fair enough. That's it.
Anyways, seems like you have some stuff going on in the chat. So thanks for coming up. You can keep the stuff going on down in the chat. I'm going to drop IV as well, and we will go on to our next guest. We had Queer Seminarian recently. I might bring you up in a minute, but let's see if some of these new people want to say hi. Just because I want to see some new faces. User... Yep. Wait, I did have someone named User recently. Are you the same user? User 252?
User 252081.
Do you not mean to be up here?
Hello?
Hey, do you mean to be up here?
Yeah, sorry, my audio disconnected.
That's all right. I hear
How are
you
you?
loud and clear now. How old are you?
I am 21.
Joel, do you want to make a guess here? This is an interesting one.
Ooh, this is a toughie. Jeez.
I'd say Catholic.
Yeah, I would say if anything, deconstructing, but I'm not getting a Christian vibe.
User, what's your religion?
Apostolic Pentecostal.
I think I'm closer.
Fuck.
That's closer.
Yeah, I mean that's hard. That's a Christian.
Well, look, we almost guessed your thing. I mean, we didn't quite nail it, but I'd say we were, 90%. I don't know. That's not true. But look, either way, how long have you been believing that? Your whole life?
Well, to be fair, I was raised in an apostolic church. But for about half my life, probably when I entered my preteens, I started walking away, making several choices that probably weren't the best for me. And then...
What's the worst choice you made?
Worst, I don't think I'd be comfortable sharing that, to be honest with you.
Joel, do you want to do yours? It might make you more comfortable.
I'm not sure. Like, did you identify as an atheist at any point?
Definitely not an atheist, but I definitely disregarded the religion and said I would do my own thing.
Yeah, he was probably always kind of a. He was always kind of a. He was always kind of a.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's fine. No, but like he said he made some really bad choices, and I asked him what his worst choice was.
Well, do you want me to say what my worst choice was?
Yeah, just to like, you know.
Oh, I thought you wanted to do my thing, but the thing where I asked.
No, I just mean like let's all share our worst choice so that we feel more comfortable doing it.
Okay, what was my worst choice
Ever in life?
Ever in life? Jeez. I think it was finishing that show OA on Netflix. Have you seen that?
Yeah.
DOA. Like, why did I watch the whole thing?
Yeah, I liked that show, but then it was a little bit like, you know, I think I started the second one, and then like 2 or 3 episodes, I was like, wait a minute, they tricked me last time.
Yeah, it was really bad, and I think I watched the whole thing and hated every single minute of it. Like I was just like, this sucks. Like I knew it sucked, but I still watched it.
That's up there for me too. That's like first or second, probably. That's probably second.
Mm-hmm.
And then first was like one time I threw a boulder through someone's car windshield. User, what's yours? Oh, you don't have to share if you don't want to.
Did you shank a guy in the slammer?
That's too much.
I was a drug addict for a solid minute, but
okay.
There were things
so maybe Joel wasn't that far
probably
off.
weren't the best.
Yeah. Okay. Well, look, man, sorry you went through that. That's a bummer, but this is going to hurt even worse. There's no God. I'm sorry to tell you that. That's just not a real thing.
Okay. Okay.
Well, if you need help deconstructing
or that.
What's that?
What's the major support for that?
Well, we checked.
Yeah, and it like you do yourself a favor and check into it because, you will not find God.
The whole thing is they say God's everywhere, and I went like this. I don't see nothing here.
Not here. And I'm in Canada. I'm actually pretty far away, and Mezzo had me check as well. Not here either. So we know he's not in 2 places.
So look, at least he's not everywhere. We got to change the story of God a little bit. He's not everywhere because there he isn't.
In a physical sense, he's not, right?
Yes.
He's an omnipresent God. And I only recently joined, so I heard you guys discussing earlier the topic of like a God existing outside of time and space, right?
So that means not everywhere. If he's outside of space, he's not in any location because locations are in space. Outside of space are not locations. So he's not omnipresent. He's omnivacant.
Well, the Bible does describe him as an omnipresent God, right?
Where does it? Yeah,
the existence, the omnipresence portion covers the physical, as in he's always there with you in a time of need or in a time of struggle. But for God to be able to move in such a way and to be everywhere all at once, he would also need to be in an existence outside of time and space. Meaning that he has to see forward and backward, if that makes any sense.
I want to check in with something real quick. And just to be clear, is it the case that your relationship with God keeps you sober? Is that what's keeping you off of the hard stuff?
Solely no.
Okay.
But a large
then I don't mind having, if that was the only thing, if that was the only thing that you were like hanging on to not go do like put needles in your arms, then I would hang up on you. And just to be clear, like I don't want to, keep that.
No, that's fine.
Stay sober.
That's fine.
If you're down to have the conversation, I am too. But I don't want to like be the one that swings you back into that, because for some people it can be pretty jarring to realize that the God story isn't true. Yeah. Anyways, yeah, being outside of space means there's no location. Spiritually doesn't make sense. Being outside of time means you can't do anything. Right? Like God is incapable of, like, he's just frozen. Because if you go from being here to being there, or from not doing an act to doing an act, you're participating in time. If he's outside of time, then that doesn't really make sense.
Well,
like you
view
can't
it as
change.
multiple hands. View it as multiple hands, right? I mean, the simplest way I can think of it is like having a hand in one place and having another hand somewhere else, right?
The old reach around. Yeah. So wait, he has one, but those are both places.
I'm not sure.
mean he can have
sure
hands.
what you mean.
He can have hands in
Well,
timelessness.
I don't mean in a physical sense.
Right. He can have
Right.
spiritual hands in timelessness, but he can't act without time. You can't do a thing without time. You're frozen. Time is what allows us to change and act and do.
Right. But if you exist across all time, right? Let's say you exist across the entire timeline and you're able to enter in at any moment in the time, right?
Why would I say that?
He can insert himself at any moment.
I would not.
Right.
You can't just say, let's say that you can do this impossible thing. No, that doesn't make sense.
The definition of omnipresence means everywhere all at once.
In locations. You can't be present in a non-location. So he's within space. Space is interlinked with time. If he's in all places, that means he's inside of time. If he's outside of space and time, then the Bible's wrong. And he's also stuck frozen and can't do anything.
It's kind of like he can be everywhere all at once, but can he be everywhere and nowhere all at once? Because that's what you're kind of saying. He's also nowhere.
He's both everywhere
sense,
and
yes.
not everywhere.
There's only one time where he was physically on Earth, right? And that would be spanning from the year, I think it was 3 BC to 27? No, to 30 AD.
Well, I don't know what you mean by physically, because like in the Old Testament, like in the Torah, he shows up quite a bit.
Sure.
Right, as a pillar of fire by night and then a cloud of...
Yeah,
by day, yes.
Those ways, and those are physical, but also he walks with Adam in the garden. Like, what is he there? And he shows up to Abraham. He wrestles.
Let's look at Genesis 32 real quick and just see what we're talking about. Because I think like this is a really interesting verse, and I don't talk about it that much, Joel. Do you know which one? That's the rest.
In what translation of the Bible? I specifically read from
the English translation, I believe.
I have English Holy.
Yeah, it's the English Holy Translation Bible.
It's NRSV UE. Do you want a different one?
I read from the King James because it's the most. It's direct from
the most inaccurate. I got
that's
Genesis 32.
That's
22.
Well, the manuscripts used for the King James version follow.
And he rose up that night and took his 2 wives and 2 women servants and his 11 sons and passed over the ford Jabbok. What do you think a Jabbok is? I have no idea if this is the right verse.
I think it's from Star Wars. Jabbok the Hutt.
What verse is this?
Okay. Jacob was left alone. 24. Jacob was left alone, and there wrestled a man with him until the breaking of the day. So there was a man with him. Joel, you're off. You're not muted. I don't know if you're.
I was just doing the voice acting of.
Oh
the
fuck!
thing,
I thought you were.
No, it's Jacob and God wrestling.
Unloading on yourself.
Get off me, you.
And user, if you want to do the man that's like, no, I'm gonna stay on you. That might help just set the scene.
Oh, you're such a
And
hard
when he
toughie.
saw that he prevailed not against him, he touched the hollow of his thigh.
Owie!
That's going to be like the hollow of the thigh. I don't know if I can get this up here.
Ow! That hurt.
Kind of in this.
You were pretending like you couldn't beat me, and then you just like fucking touched the hollow of my thigh.
So he does a gentle hollow thigh touch. And the hollow of Jacob's thigh was out of joint.
Ooh, I need that.
And he wrestled with
back
him.
in joint. Ow.
And he said, "Let me go, for the day breaketh." And he said, "I will not let thee go, except thou bless me." And
You gotta bless me, and then I gotta walk this out.
And he said unto him, "What is thy name?" And he said, "Jacob."
Jacob.
And he said, "Thy name shall be called no more Jacob, but Israel."
All right, that's just going to be confusing.
Okay. That's like when you name you nickname Robert Bob or like Richard Dick. It doesn't sound like a shortened version of call me Jake.
Totally different.
Why not
name.
Jake?
Yeah, just do Jake.
Jake. That's fucking funny. But Israel, for as a prince hast thou power with God and with men, and hast prevailed. What does that mean?
He has wrestled with God and won.
Right.
Tell me thy name, I pray. And he said, "Wherefore is it that thou doth asketh my nameth?" And he blessed him there. And Jacob called the name of the place Peniel.
Why?
For I have seen God face to face, and my life is preserved.
There you go. He saw God face to face.
So that's a good example of what do you think it was Jesus maybe?
And a contradiction.
Well, the Bible doesn't describe like what he looked like necessarily.
Yeah,
right?
thighs.
When I say the only time Jesus or God,
Yeah, it does. He looked like a man.
Was
Jacob had the thigh.
Right, but I'm saying in great detail. It very well could have been like the way Jesus would have looked, but I think that's kind of irrelevant to what the story's telling here.
Right. It also doesn't matter. I mean, the point is that sometimes God is in space and sometimes he's out of space, and that doesn't make really much sense to be out of the location.
Let's look at what the Bible specifically describes God as, right?
Sure.
There's been a few times. The one that mostly comes to mind is the city of Tyre. I believe it's in Ezekiel, proving prophecy, right?
Let me say this: prophecy is the city of tired. Yeah.
Well,
we're having fun.
My point is
this is when
God
he has the angel go through and kill all the kids.
No,
this is just a prophecy that was written before it happened.
Okay.
Yeah, this is another one of those ones where they think that it was written after.
Here's an interesting one in Ezekiel chapter 10:4. It says, "Then the glory of God rose up from the cherub to the entryway of the temple. The house was filled with the cloud, and the court was filled with the brightness of the glory of the Lord." So yeah, this is God like interacting with earth.
Right.
Yeah. Okay, so he is spatial.
To say that God doesn't exist within the human realm isn't like in a physical sense, in some sort of sense, isn't like it wouldn't make sense with the book. It wouldn't make sense with the book that we're reading from, right? But
True.
what I mean is when God, specifically when I say God was manifested in the world, I'm specifically referring to Jesus. There's been multiple times where he's shown himself, like to the Israelites throughout the Old Testament, but I'm specifically speaking about Jesus in the New Testament.
Okay, so sometimes he's spatial and sometimes he isn't. Sometimes he's temporal and sometimes he isn't, which doesn't make sense. To be non-temporal is to be frozen and unchanging, right?
Well, hold on. How do you come across that definition, right? How does being temporal and non-spatial mean that he's frozen?
What is time? Like, can we maybe come up with a definition of what you're talking about with time? To me, it's like it's like the measuring of change. If any state of anything changes slightly, time has progressed. It's just the progression of states, right?
Mm-hmm.
If nothing changes at all, time isn't happening, right? Like if time stopped, we'd all be frozen. Then as we move, time is happening, right?
Okay, go on.
So how can you be like not acting and then acting. If you're not using time, you're going from not doing something to doing something. You're doing a change of things. A change of states is happening.
So you're saying that if God doesn't progress in time, then
he's stuck.
He's right. You see, the problem is that there has to be an element of faith here, which I'm not saying is wrong not to have, right? It's like, it's very natural to have a secular worldview and to view things in the manner of only science can explain this, and that, right?
This isn't a science thing. This is just
sense.
That's what it's like a definitional almost, right?
Right.
So time means to change.
Aspects of the book, in some aspects of the book, you have to have an element of faith, right? And without that element of faith, none of it will. Without the willingness to believe in the book itself, then none of the rest will apply.
Yeah, I think that's true. You have to you can just believe stuff as they happen, and then once you hit an inconsistency, then you change the rules. You change you just can say well, even though obviously time means you can't, outside time means you can't change. With God, you can. So you cheat to break the rules.
Well,
so
that's the rules of a physical being, right? That's the rules of a physical being. But in the book,
I don't think just for a physical being. That's just the rules for time. That's what time means.
Well, again, to have a being that created to have a being that created the aspect of time itself, right? What you're talking about, to talk about how he. Then the whole book would be meaningless. Yes.
Yes.
But because time is not a thing. It's like an understanding or a concept. So it's how we understand the progression of existence, right? So if God exists, there has to be time there.
Yeah, and to create something, you need time. You can't make time, right?
Yeah, time already has to exist.
You can't go from there being if you're going to create a hippopotamus, you just assume you don't want to fuck a hippo, so you want to do it the magic way. You go from there not being a hippo to the state of there being a hippo. And that change from before to after is a time thing, right? You go from before hippo to after hippo, right? With time, you go from before time existed to after time. That before to after is time already happening. You need time in order to do it.
Hold on. When was the Earth created? Right, about 9 billion years ago. Is that right?
More like 4.5.
4.5. And
I'm gonna guess 4.7. Let's do. How old is the Earth? I'm gonna say 4.7. 4.54. I think they've pushed that back. Billion.
So actually, I guess it'd be the at the start of the Big Bang, right?
Universe is going to be 13.6. Joel, you want to guess?
I don't know. I heard 4.8 for the other thing earlier, so I think from Ian. So I don't know about the other.
13.8 is the universe.
Satirical got that too.
What was happening before that exactly?
I don't know.
Right. So wouldn't you say that the timer, like all things like states changing, like you said, started from that point, right? So that means what was before that?
I think it's very likely that there was a before that.
Then what would you suppose was before that?
I can suppose all I want, but the real answer is I don't know. Probably another universe? A previous iteration of a similar universe? I don't know. Our thing is that when we get to that stuff where it's what was where we have to invent a new type of physics, I have kids. I'm not going to do that. In order to know what's happening at the moment of Big Bang, we have to invent a new type of physics. I'm not the guy for that job. So I'll just say I don't know. And then I can check with scientists and they're going to say, yeah, we don't know yet. So I'll go, okay, we don't know. Let's keep looking into it. Your side says, yeah, we don't know, therefore we know it was God. That's dumb, right? That doesn't make any sense.
That's just from the reading, right? That's from
Sure, yeah. But like the guys who wrote the Bible 4,000 years ago, they didn't know, so they said it was God. And now you're saying we don't know, so we're going to say what these old guys said.
There's the aspect
it's going to be
faith,
crazy
right?
if they're right.
In order to believe absolutely anything in this book, right, you have to have faith in the book. Objectively, that's just how it works.
But there's errors in the book, so I don't trust the book. Like, why would I trust that the Bible is real? Or is true? There's stuff that's clearly wrong in it. There's discrepancies in the middle of it. It contradicts itself. So like, how do we know that this is all true?
So one of the stories I heard you talking about was the reed thing, right? And I'm not going to sit here and pretend like I know everything.
The what thing?
But I read the with Jacob, how he broke the reeds and the almonds, right?
We can do a different one if you want to change it up.
No, I don't mind either way. But part of that is saying that if God can do a miracle, right?
Sure.
This whole book is supposedly full of miracles, right?
Yeah. So let's do a different one that's not a miracle then. I believe that God could make... We're going to do an internal critique here, just like Cinderella. Did you hear when we fucking wrecked Cinderella earlier? Were you there for that?
Banked.
I was not, no.
Well, we destroyed that fairy tale.
20 minutes.
Destroyed it. It's like nobody would believe that anymore.
There was a guy who came up and he was a Christian, but he also thought Cinderella was true. So we did an internal critique on Cinderella, and we found like some glaring errors. Like, well, like I'll grant you that the this fairy godmother can do magic. We'll grant that. We'll like accept that as true, just like we're going to accept that God can do like breeding genetic magic stuff. That's fine. But we found a thing that like, even if true, the story is impossible. Like, it doesn't make sense. There's a lie in the story, right? Because the glass slipper didn't change back after midnight, and she said it was going to. Just fucking bullshit, right? So let's find one here in the ye old Bible. Oh shit! Do I have to read this in? I'm going to read the NRSV UE, and then you can,
that's fine.
Whine about it.
I'll read along.
Chapter 24 of 2 Samuel says, again, the anger of the Lord was kindled against Israel. So God's mad at Israel. He incited David against them, saying, go count the people of Israel and Judah. So the king said to Joab and the commanders of the army who were with him, go through all the tribes of Israel from Dan to Beersheba, take a census of the people so I may know how many there are. Okay, so what happened?
I'm sorry, what chapter was this again?
1 Samuel 24.
1 Samuel. Okay, I was looking at 2 Samuel.
There's two of them. They were twins. A lot of people don't know that. All right, so God's mad, right? Mm-hmm. The anger of the Lord is kindled against Israel. God tells David to take a census. Later in the story, God gets more mad and he kills 70,000 people. That's like a bit of a red flag for me, like just like with Cinderella, right? I'm doing internal critique. That sounds a little weird to me. I heard this guy was supposed to be good. That sounds a little weird, but I'm going to roll with it. I don't know why, but I'm going to roll with it. Okay.
I'm sorry. You said 1 Samuel 24?
Oh, shit, I'm sorry. It was 2 Samuel. What am I doing?
That happens, man. No worries.
Reset. 2 Samuel 24. So yeah, God says to take a census, and he does, and then God punishes him for it. Okay. Now, you know how in Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, we have the story of Jesus, and it's kind of the same story, but from different perspectives. So they are kind of like retelling the same thing like that. They did that in the Old Testament too. This same exact story is retold in Chronicles. Okay. So I'm going to turn to 1 Chronicles 21. And it's the same story. It's David and the census. But there's a slight subtle difference here. And when I read it, you'll probably notice it. Remember in the old one, we have God telling David to take a census, and then God punishes David. And then here it's the same story, 1 Chronicles 21. Listen close. Satan stood up against Israel and incited David to count the people of Israel. So David did. He said, go number Israel from Beersheba to Dan and bring me a report so I may know their number. Now, Did you notice it?
Yeah, it says Satan was brought up against. Yeah.
Sure. So just to be clear, I mean, this is probably obvious, but is Satan God?
No, I'm reading the chapter for myself. My apologies.
Sure.
I'm trying to do that as fast as possible.
Yeah, Satan's not the Lord. So we have a contradiction here.
See, I'm not sure what version of the Bible you're reading from, but you have to read scripture contextually.
Sure. Let's look at the King James. First Chronicles
Chapter
21. And Satan stood up against Israel. So we have Satan there. Let's go over to 2 Samuel 24. Is that what I said? 24? Yeah. Again, the anger of the Lord. Yeah, so same thing. Lord and then Satan in Chronicles. Although in Chronicles, it is God again who does the punishing of killing 70,000 people with a plague. So he still does the plague parts in both of them, but in one of them, God tells David to do it, and one of them, Satan tells David to do it. Is one of them wrong?
No, neither one of them are wrong. It says in
These
chapter
are both
4,
correct?
chapter 24. In chapter 24, again, the anger of the Lord was kindled against Israel.
Mm-hmm.
And he, not capitalized, that word he in Hebrew is not referring to God, but to another person that's not referring to God.
It's referring to a person that hasn't been mentioned yet?
It's been mentioned in the latter book, I believe, in Samuel 23.
Sure. Go ahead and show me that.
I'm reading through it.
23 is a genealogy.
Okay.
We don't see Satan show up in genealogies usually.
Well, okay. Hold on. Let's look at the chronological order of the books here. Forget, was Chronicles written before or after the first and second Samuels? I know.
Yeah, so they tried to fix it later. That's what they did, right? Like, obviously, in real life, it was like, wait, this looks bad that God did this. Let's say it was Satan. Let's fix that. They updated it. All right. We can look at what the Hebrew says if you want. I don't know if it'll help, though.
It might.
Okay. I never have done this.
Okay.
Hebrew. Okay, let's look at the like a blue letter Hebrew text analysis. And again, the anger of Yahweh. Oh, they wrote Yahweh was aroused against Israel, and they do capitalize it in this one and say Wayeset. What does that mean? He soul is thine own soul secretly. Oh, I pushed the wrong button. That's enticed. Hold on. That's the incited one. Yahweh was aroused against Israel, and he moved. And it incited, and he moved. Burned Israel, incited David to say, and moved David, and provoked David, and moved David. Yeah, some of them don't say he even. There's not really a he there in Hebrew. It says Yahweh was angry and incited David. So it doesn't mention another person.
So inciting, right?
Yep.
He moved David.
Yes.
Influenced.
Yes. Correct.
Let's go to, it was First Chronicles chapter 21, correct?
Yep. Okay, so let's look at this one. Whoa. First Chronicles 21. This is in Hebrew. I can't read it. Why did it do that?
So my explanation of the events would be that perhaps not used, but God allowed Satan to tempt David. And you can see that this was done in Job. I mean,
Sorry,
that's
I found it here. Yeah, it's just in the Hebrew, it's Satan. So they mention Yahweh and Satan. Yeah.
Mhm.
Okay.
So I would say that God allowed Satan to tempt David. That's the best explanation I have there. I mean, we can see that this has been done in the book of Job. Job, God and Satan are talking, and Satan's just like, I bet I can win over Job, and God goes like, nah, there's no way. So he lets Satan affect Job's life. And I think this is a very good example of God allowing temptation to come over David to see if he would rely upon the Lord or not, and his own pride was his downfall, and he took the census. And you can see that because, and again, the anger of the Lord was kindled against Israel. It's because God was already angry with what was happening to his people.
Yeah, it just doesn't say that. So you're just kind of adding that in?
No, I'm not trying to add to the text. What I'm trying to say is that you're right, I can't explain away all of it.
Okay.
But I wouldn't call that necessarily a discrepancy either, because God has been shown to use not really use, but allow temptation to come over people. I mean, you can see that with Saul as well.
Yeah, it just like very specifically says Yahweh incited, and then Satan incited. It doesn't say Yahweh allowed someone to incite. It's just not what the words say. So, I mean, look, I don't care either way. It's not a problem for me. It's only a problem for you. So, I don't know. Do you want to like read up on it and do some digging and see if there's some better apologetics for it? And come back another day? Looks like you're already offline there. I don't know if you're talking, but anyways, at the very least, it makes it quite obvious that this book isn't fully reliable. There's some confusing stuff. We have to like dig in and do research to try to figure out. So to accept it word for word on bigger things like God exists forever, even though that doesn't make sense, or like is outside of time, even though it doesn't quite say that at all. That's just like another added thing that people add. So right there.
Yeah, okay. Sorry. Again, mic cut out. My apologies. I definitely haven't done my fair share of reading in the Hebrew for 2 Samuel and Chronicles, but I'll definitely read up into it more.
Okay. All right, well, let me know what you find. I'm going to move on to another guest, okay?
Go ahead. Thank you.
Oh, man, it's getting a little bit late. Might have to do a few at once here. Let's do a couple. Not too many, though.
Oh, my.
And then, sorry, we're getting a little bit of an echo from someone there. But can you share your age and religion, please?
Am I echoing?
Age and religion?
Should I go first?
Just whoever, yeah. You can all say it. Joel, I won't make you share your age.
Thank you.
But you can say...
Well, let's like Matt, what's your age?
19.
Christian. Lisa, are you there?
She muted.
Okay. Scott, what's your age? Scott's not there. Queer seminarian, what's your age?
27.
Yeah, and queer seminarian, I know you, and I would say you think you're a Christian, but you're not.
I wasn't aware that was a category that other people could determine.
Yeah, I mean, it's so obvious you're not. Like, I've been guessing Christians, and like just based on your demeanor.
Joel, you're not going to believe this. It's 12:01.
Oh shit! It's the top of the hour. That's right, folks. It is the top of the hour again. 3:01 a.m. in the morning. This is Bad Bible Debates. We got Mezzo hanging out as the host. ARB just sitting in the sidecar. With Scott, Queer Seminarian, Lisa, and Matt in the hot seats. Hey, Mez.
Yeah?
Why don't you take it away?
I'll take it all the way there, baby. You know what? I'm gonna just do this. Just for a minute. Let me turn that down. All right. Welcome in everybody. Getting a little bit of an echo. That's okay. So sorry, God is real. Go. Anyone who wants to hold on, I gotta let me mute up. You guys go ahead.
Anybody want to say why that you're okay with God not existing? Would anybody like to stop being a Christian real quick?
Just real quick. Change our whole life trajectories.
Yeah, if you wouldn't mind, like not being a pastor.
Yeah,
I'm still a Christian.
Who are you
say no on that?
Lisam come back?
Lisam isn't here. Lisam and Scott are not. You got an echo or delay or something.
Yeah, I'm hearing you have an echo too.
No, that's you has the echo too.
Let me turn that off.
Yeah, I think it's all you, Mezzo.
Does anyone want to? Matt, do you want to stop being a Christian?
I would not like to do that, no.
Okay, well, that's a huge mistake.
What about Scott?
Scott, are you there? You atheist? Yeah, Scott's not there.
Guys, is it a huge mistake to be a Christian?
We checked, right? Now, we checked, and we found that there was no God.
I'm going to try to mute my mic.
Okay, Mezzo's thing. Your mic is fuck.
We're hostless.
Got muted. We checked. God isn't real, and we're really sorry about that.
Oh no, where'd you check?
That's funny. I checked too. He is.
All over the place. Like everywhere.
I don't know what's going on. Can you guys just say why you believe in God?
I believe in God because of the experiences I've had, primarily, that have been just some wacky spiritual experiences, but also because I find God to be
There we
a
go. Okay, that's better.
deeply meaningful and important
Let me just turn my camera back on.
concept for organizing my spiritual life.
I think he put it well.
Okay, go ahead and comment on that. Let me get Joel back. Go ahead. Matt, go ahead.
I said I think he put it well. What am I supposed to? What more do you want me to say?
Do you want a rebuttal or anything?
No, I don't want to rebuttal that.
Joel, I didn't mean to drop you. You can come. I'm having troubles with my camera. Are you there, Joel? Can you guys still hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. I can't
Go
see
ahead.
you though.
I don't know why you can't see me. I can see myself just fine.
Queer Seminary, you got to come on my live next time, like on Saturday or something, and I'll run a syllogism to prove to you that you never had any experience with God.
Yeah, that's a good one. That is a really good one.
I can't wait.
Yeah, Saturday I'll be live. I'll prove it to you. I know you love syllogisms.
You might need to speak up.
You've seen my work in other contexts.
Well, have you been on my live? I know I've seen you on Ian's, but
I've been on Ian's a few times. I've been on yours.
You guys, I think you guys might need to speak up.
Have you been on Mezzo's as well?
I've been on Mezzo's once.
Oh, okay, that's why. All right. But yeah,
yes,
I was watching.
You've got a lot of music on Mezzo.
Is this it?
Sorry, what was that? You got to turn down the music if we're going to have the conversations.
I can't. I have no control over what's happening right now.
Okay, what's happening with TikTok? TikTok's very good.
TikTok's been fucking up all day. It's been doing this in other people's lives too.
Yeah, I was watching half a live earlier, like 2 half lives earlier. But yeah, you didn't have an experience with God, and once I can prove that to you, then you can abandon the cult.
Well, I don't think I'm in a cult, but
you're going to lead your own cult.
I don't think so, but I mean, insofar as a cult is just kind of a religion that someone doesn't like, then I don't like any religion.
Is this audio track something the mods can control?
Sorry, what was that, Mezzo? Wait, did he say something, or was that you?
If there's a mod who can turn down the music, are they hearing it in the chat?
I have a volume button.
Are you guys hearing it in the chat?
I don't see any slider here.
Let me push this one.
I wish we didn't do top of the app.
I don't see a slider on your thing, Joel. Oh, let me try this. Oh, I got it.
Hey! We made it. Incredible.
Can I ask a question real quick?
I mean, I don't know that we have any hosts right now, Matt, so I think you could do whatever you want.
Yeah, you're right. They all go.
I don't know.
I thought they were. Dang.
I mean, I'm sure they're coming back. I cannot hear you, Mezzo. This is God acting in the world because God doesn't like atheist lives on TikTok. This is my new evidence for God being real.
This is it right here. Because this happened means God's real.
Mezzo is asking, what is your question, Matt, in the chat?
Is he?
Yes.
Oh, when he said, what is up? Oh, Matt, what's your question? Okay. So earlier, he asked me if I would like to stop being a Christian. I said no. He said that was a...
Man, everything is messing up. Matt, your mic did just get muted. Now I'm just the only one talking.
What the heck? Why did my mic just get muted?
I don't know.
What's going on here?
I don't know how that happened. I tried to.
No, Joel, we had you for moments. There's no debate without y'all. It's just us monologuing in an atheist live, and that's not right.
For real.
That's not how this is supposed to go.
Having the stage in an atheist live? What is this?
I mean, I could start preaching, but I feel like people wouldn't like that very much.
I feel like it's...
Go nuts, I can't get that in. That's really funny. I mean, like, listen, if we want to talk about how I feel like how I feel that God is love, that God is in everything but isn't identical to everything. Oh, definitely not. Damn it. Shoot.
He says, yo, please just continue on.
There's not a debate to be had. I don't know that there's anything. I don't know that there's
with
anything.
Like a live, you have like someone making a claim, right? Or like they want you to come up and refute something. But here it's just like, come up.
How do I feel about God not being real? I feel I disagree. I think God is real. Wait, you had a question, Matt. What was your question? You got interrupted.
I started saying it, but I think it just muted me.
Yeah.
I was saying, he said earlier that me being a Christian is a terrible mistake. If he's an atheist, he believes there's kind of no inherent meaning to life. Why would anything I do be a terrible mistake?
Oh, we got music back. No.
I like the music. It's pretty good music.
What the? I'm the only one? What's going on? It's a mistake because you're wasting time following arbitrary rules made up 2,000 years ago. If I want to follow those arbitrary rules made up 2,000 years ago, as you put it, why is it an objective? Is it an objective mistake? Because with atheists, nothing can really be objective. Can't really be an objective on the center stage. It's not objectively wrong. We all just think it's a waste of time. Okay. For religion that is as contradictory. I don't think it's contradictory. If I could be shown how it's contradictory, then maybe I would believe it is. Well, this is quite awkward. I don't know what to do. We're live on the Matt Radio. What is going on? Where'd the image go? Well, guys, it's and I think